What is going on, Gauche community? How is everybody doing today? Welcome to the Lunch Rush. So I am your host, Zaiden, as you know. Don't forget, if you like what you see, please hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell. So we got a double bonus for you today. We'll start off today with the Lunch Rush with yours truly, with a little communication, doing some awesome topics like therapeutic, things that help you with therapy in a sense, and it'll lead into some things that are a little nerdy, which we'll be talking about that today. And then part two, we'll be leading into Temp and Paige and of course friends. I'll be hosting for them as well today, so stay tuned. This is gonna be an awesome double whammy of a day, so make sure you stay tuned. It's gonna be a fun and interesting show. All right, so with that said, if you are also in the community, like to support us, we do have the Linktree available. The link has been posted in the chat. I posted all 3 links, including mine. My Linktree is in there for donations if you want to help out this community to grow. Helps the hardware get updated so I can get you guys the best stuff out there and the best quality possible. 2, I've also included Temp and also Paige's link trees, so be sure to support them as well, because today we're including all y'all. Me, Temp, and Paige. Today we're coming into your face right after this.
Okay.
All right, guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Gauche, and you'll see a fancy little logo at the top called ZTP. I kind of put that together last second, which means Zaiden, Temp, and Paige. I hope you guys like that. It's a little flair I wanted to put together for our family. So we'll kick things off today with a little bit of a live stream chat. I'm going to include a special guest to kind of kick things off today. So I will first go ahead and bring on our first special guest of the day, which is PC Tech Radio. Welcome, sir.
Hey, Zaiden. How are things going today?
Fantabulous. Fantastic. I just invented a word or something. I don't know. Fantabulous. Let's do it. All right.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get it done.
So, kicking things off here, we're kind of going into the whole therapeutic side of things, which I'm kind of putting a label to this on a nerd level. What is therapeutic to everybody that involves nerddom or your nerdiness? So I'm going to go ahead and post a link for the live chat. If you want to kick things off on that PC Tech, some thoughts on that, go ahead.
Well, for me, nerdy-wise, therapeutic-wise, D&D is one of them. Warhammer 40k is another. Building gaming boards, building the gaming boards, building the armies, painting them, and board games. Board games.
Yes, you did talk a little bit about that, which, yeah, for me, I'll just quickly highlight, and then I'll let you continue here. So I'm a hands-on person, right? How I learn is visually and also through hands-on. I'm not the best when it comes to audible, but I am great when it comes to learning visually and hands-on. And I find that things that I can see and touch are the best forms of therapeutic things for me. So when we're going into like things like board games, this is where I'm really interested in your point here.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I'm the same, Zaiden. I mean, to give you an example, when I'm learning, for example, my uni is all online. They do videos, like 5-minute videos, to give you that information that you need. So basically what I'm looking at is it's the visual stuff, then it's a short bit of reading, and then I find that way I can pick up the information more easy. When it comes to board games, for me, it's an escape. It allows me to get out of whatever's going on in my real world situation to escape into some fun, basically, and that's what it's like for me.
Awesome. 100% agree, brother. I'm like that too. Like we touched a little bit earlier when we were talking before we went live. One of the things that I dove into before really video games came about was Dungeons and Dragons. I had a friend where we went into the original Gary Gygax version 1 of Dungeons and Dragons. Then we went into Advanced, and that's where I made my monk, which was the most difficult character to level up, which I loved it.
Well,
it was just me.
With the D&D campaign that I'm putting together for Temp and Paige and friends, we've got some of the players already. I'm going to be creating a group on Telegram for it. So I've added those players to my contact list so that in Telegram, so that I can add them to the Telegram group. And it's going to be interesting with your monk, because I'm going to do a session 0 with a couple of people, a couple of the players, so that you can build up, so that you can start at level 0, do some simple things, and then build up to level 1 and 2. And then once you get to level 2, that's where our fun begins. But primarily, to get to the point D&D has become a tool that therapists use now for treatment, which is interesting because, you know, whoever doesn't know Critical Role, Liam O'Brien went through a personal thing during campaign 1. I'm not going to mention it here because he's mentioned it on his own socials and stuff, and I don't know him personally. But he used the D&D campaign of Critical Role, campaign 1, to work through what he was going through. And he's even said it was a really therapeutic thing for him that he was able to do.
That is awesome. Hey, Brandon, welcome to the show, sir. Also, welcome Dragonfly Kisses and our most happy hoppity of all bunnies, Lisa. Welcome to the Gauche. How y'all doing?
Fantastic. It's a happy hippity hoppy day.
The bunny's back. We've got the bunny.
Doing good.
Awesome. How you doing, Brandon? Brandon, can you hear us, good sir? Well, I tell you what, you have a decent smile.
How about yourself?
Oh, fantastic. I'm glad you can hear me. I'm like, oh, I hope I'm not talking to myself. That's fantastic. How about you, Dragonfly Kisses? How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Not too bad. Just tuning in and what's that?
You might have. Do you have YouTube on, or do you have the Zoom on, Brandon? Yeah. So there's like a little delay there. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, so if you mute out, that goes for everybody. If anybody comes in, just know that you want to mute out your YouTube and then make sure you let your Zoom kind of do the work for the sound. But
yeah, because it gets confusing otherwise.
It so does. Like, wait a minute, did he just say something? It's like a weird kung fu flick.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a huge delay. But yeah, so just FYI. Okay. Welcome, Carrie. I see you just came in, so hello to you as well.
Hello.
Awesome. So we got Brandon, Dragonfly Kisses, the Happy Bunny, Lisa, Carrie, and of course PC Tech. Welcome everybody to the bunch. Talking about nerdy awesomeness, the therapeutic stuff that kind of gets us by. Me and PC Tech were talking about things like Dungeons and Dragons being a therapeutic thing for some of us, and I see some comments there too. Music's one of them for some people, and man, music's always therapeutic in my opinion. But go ahead, PC Tech, talk a little bit more about how that's more the D&D side of things being therapeutic.
Well, the thing is, the gist that I get from it is because you can escape into your imagination, and it allows you to deal with emotions that you're going through at the time in your real life. So, you know, like, for example, when I did a one-shot years and years ago in my early 20s, well, no, sorry, it was even longer. When I was 14, in 1994, I did a one-shot with a friend. At the time, my aunt had just passed away from breast cancer, which was... Which, as a 14-year-old, seeing a family member go through that, it's quite an emotional strain.
Yeah.
And my friend was like, look, when you've got time, come round, I'll put a one-shot together, we'll get a group of people together. And I went, what's a one-shot? He goes, haven't you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? And I said, oh, I've seen my cousins play it, but they don't let me play. And he goes, mate, I'll put you a character together. And it helped. It cleared my head from the emotions I was feeling, and I was able to let it out instead of bottling it up, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. It's an outlet.
Yeah.
It's like opening up the cap from the bottle so you can let it out, but in a creative way.
Yeah. And I've used that as a thing as I've gone forward to help me do that throughout my life. I mean, I don't have my friends in my close circle. They don't like D&D for whatever reason. They think it's boring. And I basically turn to them and say, "Well, don't you have an imagination?" "Yeah, but I'd rather see something visual to stimulate my imagination."
I always had a phrase to that. Is it imagination or instant gratification? So
Yeah.
it's always usually one of the two, right? So how patient are we to go through a game where you can really engage on your mind, or do you just want something quick and then really not engage at all? And I think that to me is not really productive on your mind, whether it's D&D or whatever else for that matter. But if you don't mind, I'm gonna switch real quick. I got some Brandon here on with the Gauche, as well as Dragonfly Kisses, the Happy Bunny, and Carrie. I'm gonna start with Dragonfly Kisses. What would be considered your therapeutic nerdy outlet?
Oh, a nerdy one? I love games. I do too. Zelda, I remember playing that. Mario. Mega Man.
Oh, Mega Man. I remember Mega Man. There's so many of them, I think. At least I remember the first 3 of them. But so you had fun with those video games back in the Nintendo days?
Well, I mean, I got Nintendo from my cousins. I was born in the end of '85. When did Nintendo come out?
That's about the same year, I think. Well, I should say
I
there's a Japan
born.
version.
I don't think. I mean, unless I was coming out with controllers in my. I don't know, but I see. I can't even think of the game console now.
Was it
Was it
but
Sega?
I just remember loving that, and 007. So I guess when Super Nintendo.
I remember that, and I think even it was a 64, I think, version of Nintendo that had something called Goldfinger. Or...
Yes.
The N64
Yes.
Gold mode.
Yes, that was it.
And I loved Dance Dance Revolution. Oh my gosh, I was crazy about that.
Oh, when the dance games came out, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Everybody went nuts on that. Guitar Hero was mine. Honestly, when that came out,
Yes,
I
That's
was all
such a
over
fun
it.
game.
it was.
Zaiden, can I ask you a question? You've got the full set, the guitar, the drums, and the saxophone and everything that comes with it.
I didn't even know it came with a saxophone, but
they've done a complete band set for
Wow.
it. It's awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
that's insane. I have the drum set and the guitars and the mic. I don't have a sax or any other. That's interesting. I never looked into that.
Well,
Yeah,
now you're gonna have to
fascinating.
look into it.
The sax isn't first party, it's third party, but a lot of people have created a lot of instruments. There's even a violin for Rock Band.
What?
There.
They
Oh,
did not.
nice.
That's it. Rock band
I
party
gotta
at
get-
Zaiden's.
Yes. I gotta get the violin.
We're doing this, y'all. We're doing it.
They jumped the shark.
So true, Brandon. Oh my God. Well, what about you, Happy Bunny, Lisa? Any therapeutic nerdiness that you've enjoyed throughout the years?
Well, I don't know if it's nerdiness, but I do enjoy reading, and I love painting.
That works.
And then, of course, training the horses is very therapeutic for me. Working with them is just amazing. Like, when you make a connection with an animal like that, there's really nothing like it, I mean, and they, like a lot of animals, they choose you as much as you choose them. And so once you have like a connected relationship with them, it's pretty awesome. So yeah, that's my big therapy. And I like to crochet and
so you're very
dance
hands-on.
silly.
Like you like that kind of creativity hands-on. I like that.
I do. I mean, I was a cosmetologist for oh goodness, like 30 years. And since
Wow.
I really can't do that anymore, I've found other outlets. I'm Italian, so the hands always have to be busy.
Right.
So, you know, like there's a really funny meme out there where it's a picture of Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka, and he's like, "Oh, you're Italian. I love sign language." It's like, so,
Oh man, if Gina was on here right now, she's up at the church, but she's all about silent. She
yeah, I
likes ASL.
know.
You may have heard.
That's so cool. Yeah, that's so cool. She does that.
Yeah,
So.
that's awesome. So you like horses, you like crochet. I find that interesting that you like crochet. So what are some things that you've made?
I like to do like scarves, and I make Afghans, and it's funny, like whenever I make things, I never make them to keep them. I always give them to somebody. Even when I paint, like if somebody was like, "Oh, I like that painting," I'm like, "Here, take it," But yeah, I've crocheted like probably an Afghan for everybody in my family. And I'll make beanies from time to time too, because it gets cold here in Oregon. So nothing like a nice, good, warm beanie for the wintertime.
I actually kind of miss the winter time sometimes. I'm based in Florida. Like I think I don't know, Jules is on, but when you have those winters that are kind of nice, you like them have a little chilly. I enjoy it because I'm a furnace. I am a furnace, so I enjoy the cooler temperatures from time to time. So I appreciate a good blanket too, and that's one of the things I always enjoyed when it was cool out. I always like to have something that's you have to have almost like a nice feeling blanket, and the crochet material for most of those creations I find are really because my grandma used to make those kind of blankets as well, and those are the most comfortable blankets.
Oh yeah.
As a child, I grew up to that, and that was my comfort.
Yeah, nothing like a good warmie,
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Lisa, I also like to crochet too. It's funny you say that because I'm in the midst of making a blanket right now for somebody. And it's very therapeutic. I hear you.
Yeah, and it's nice, it's like nice in the wintertime because like when you're making it and it starts to get big enough to where you can cover yourself up with it, you're like, ooh, this is good because you're keeping warm and creating all at the same time.
Oh, yes.
Sounds like a commercial. Like I want one now. Let's get that link
maybe
for
I'll
Lisa's
make you one.
crochet.
Just tell me what colors you like, and I'll make you one.
Oh, trust me.
Aw.
Careful what you careful what you advertise.
I will do it. I don't have a problem with that.
Once it's mentioned on the internet.
Right?
You're in trouble, Lisa.
You know that statement where it says, once in Vegas, stays in Vegas? Well, once on the internet, it stays on the internet. But at least that might be a positive thing. You never know. We'll support you.
We'll see.
I might be your first customer. I'm just saying.
Lisa, how long does it take you to make the Afghans?
Well, depending on like the type of yarns that I use, because I'm a little bit ADD, like I go crazy with it. So I can do, let's see, like a queen size blanket I can do in 2 days.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. So I go with it. And if it's just like kind of like a lap throw, I can do that in about a day.
Do you even sleep while you do this, or do you do it in your sleep?
I do it. Yes, I sleep, but sleep is my friend. But no, like I'll sit down on when I don't have anything to do, and I'll just sit there and watch movies and just start going. And so, yeah, like I love doing it. So
Awesome.
yeah. So
That
it's starting to
sounds
get
great.
cool. It's starting to get cool. So
Tis the season.
time to go to the yarn store. So
It's right around the corner.
yeah.
It's literally just dropped to a really cold temperature here in the UK. I've just had to shut my windows because we've got like high winds at the moment and it's really cold.
Wow.
Oh,
So
wow.
when it gets to the winter months here, it drops quite dramatically. It's been warm all day, but it's now just got to the point where I want to stay in my t-shirt. I don't want to be putting a jumper or a hoodie on, so I've just closed my windows.
Who doesn't like a comfortable hoodie? I always used to wear hoodies all the time. I mean, that was my comfort blanket when I didn't have a blanket. So,
well, I've got 3 of the Critical Role ones, so I don't mind wearing those. That's not a problem.
yeah,
Nice.
awesome. It was an awesome channel too.
It's funny
So-
to say that, David, because
Yeah?
here in Canada, it's very cold today, and it's very windy.
Oh wow.
It's like it just switched. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, here it's been hot all day, and then it's just dropped from like the mid-20s down to 14 degrees
No.
Celsius.
Ooh.
So
Yeah.
it's
been weird.
it's a steep drop when the weather drops here, and they're already saying that it's going to start snowing soon, which I'm not looking. Yeah.
Wow.
When it snows here, Zaiden, it's horrendous, and literally everything comes to a standstill in the UK because you look at countries like Sweden or Norway, they know how to deal with it. So for some reason, we leave it too late, and they.
Wow. So let me switch gears real quick. We'll turn to Brandon real quick. So let me ask you, what are some of your therapeutic nerdy things that you like?
Well, I'm a video editor, so that's pretty nerdy
yeah.
in itself. But
Dude, fist bump, man. Boom. I love that.
yeah. And then that, and I like to learn different languages because when you speak Spanish, there's different dialects, and then you learn some other Latin-based languages such as Italian or Portuguese, and then French, and then you want to learn more. So that's what makes me a nerd, trying to master my computer skills and learn a few languages here and there.
That's actually really incredible. Because
How many?
Go ahead. That's probably
How many
asking me to ask the
languages?
same question.
How many languages do you know?
Well, I can understand. When I always tell people here, because I speak Spanish, but my ex-wife, she's from Acapulco, and so when I speak Spanish with from Mexico or South America or Latin America, I always say, I always tell them in Spanish, like, oh, I know what you're saying, but I speak like a white boy. But and I say, well, because I'm from Texas, so they always say they call us Tejanos, like Tex-Mex. So that's kind of it's true. It's like we're
The X is silent.
Yeah, we're just like pretty much the in between of like Mexicans and then just being American. So it's like real. Sometimes when I was growing up, I feel like we didn't have an identity, but then now it pays off just to understand both languages and help other people too in public.
So true, man. Down here in Florida, we have a very vast multicultural English and Spanish community. Those are our primary 2 communities throughout the state of Florida, especially in the Miami region, and of course where I'm at, which is in the Tampa region. It's increasingly more dominant Spanish wise. So you draw a good point, because that's something I'm actually looking into learning myself, is get more familiar with Spanish, because every other turn I go to, like a store or whatever, that's all I hear is Spanish. So it's like, man, I would love to pick up on that language so that way I can communicate to some people. It just feels weird when you like, I don't know what you're saying, but I'm going to try.
Yeah, it's just and then you feel also, just regardless of like, it's not even political, it's just being human. You're like, oh, I can understand what this person is saying. Like,
exactly.
It's a big world. Like,
Yeah.
I should be able to understand the next person.
Yeah.
I-
So a little hint for later on in the temp stream that we'll be segmenting later on is we'll be talking a little bit about the differences and understanding how to agree and disagree on things. But one of those is languages. So that's actually a very interesting point you bring up. Sorry, Lisa, you were saying?
Oh, I was gonna say I always wanted to like be fluent in a foreign language, and like when I was in high school and I took Spanish, I was awful. And so then when I went to college, I decided I was going to take French. And I think it was like for my first like dictation and stuff like that, I was up in front of the class and I was doing it, and my French instructor was like, you know, that was wonderful, but I think you need to be in my Spanish class. You know, I was like, oh gosh, this is so embarrassing. So apparently it worked, but I didn't realize it was working. So yeah, so at that point I was like, I think I just need to give up on this. I'll just stick with English. So I can understand it, but I can't speak it at all. I could just be like, yes, see. So
I can get along now. It's better, but I just say, hey man, I sound like if there's hicks, you know, that have bad, terrible English, like, you know, American accents, and I sound like pretty illiterate. That's how I sound in Spanish too, you know. But I understand what they're saying, but you know, it makes you more endearing. It makes it more endearing, you know. They're just like, oh, you're trying. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So true. So Carrie, so tell me a little bit about maybe what's therapeutic for you and the nerdiness of it all. What works for you?
Well, I mean, Zaiden, I know you know most of my story, and a few people do here.
So how do you get by therapeutically through all that? Like, what makes you kind of engage more into the positive, if you will?
So, animals, hands down. Put me in a room full of different animals. I don't care what they are, and I'm happy as a pig in shit, man. Like, I swear to God, like, it just takes it all away. And you guys, you don't know what that feels like. I don't know if you do or don't, but for me, and the fact that so many terrible things happen, and the fact that they happen so many times to me, like, put me in water with animals, and that's it. Give me a pool and give me a zoo. I'll put them together, make a water pet,
and you'll be happier than a pig in shit.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I had to. I'm sorry.
Honestly, that's a beautiful thing.
It is.
I'm sorry. I had to. I apologize.
That would be the best.
I was the one that said that I'd be happier than a pig and shit. I was the one that said it. Fuck it. I don't care.
So the best shitty situation, as you can say, that you can get in. I don't normally curse, but but we'll use it for positivity. That is fine.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
I mean, I think the reason why I said that, the F word, is because I was thinking of it, and I was thinking of a pool with animals, and I just looked up at the ceiling, and I was like, yeah.
I think I see where you're going there. That pool could be.
Leave me alone, and I will be great for the rest of my life.
Man, I tell you what,
that's the way it feels. That's the way it feels when I'm saying.
But that's therapeutic, right? So it's like
joy.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that kind of what Lisa was saying with her horses, and having that interaction, that connection with animals. I think is actually wonderful. I grown up with a family dog.
I envy Lisa.
You don't have
I
to do that.
So
well,
let
I
me,
do. I mean, I've never had the horse, connection, and I know. That
did you
it's
ever
a
have?
really
Did you
good
actually ever like ride a horse or been with one, Carrie?
one. Oh yeah. Yep.
Cool.
Absolutely loved it.
Nice.
Oh my God, it was amazing.
I think the last time, like I said, I think to at least a while back, I think the last time I went riding on horses was back in one of my cousin's homes back in Michigan, where there was a little bit of a kind of half training session going on, learning how to back up a horse. And then I ended up getting on a horse that kind of took off on me, and I kind of fell off a few times. It was actually kind of funny, but thank God I didn't hurt myself. But
Yeah.
but yeah, so to me, I liked it because I was younger, I was crazy, and I was a kid, so whatever. But it's so cool because you respect the horses too. Like, you respect them. You learn to do that, especially when you've never been around one before and you tried riding one for the first time. Oh man, that respect level jumps about 20 decibels. Wow, what a powerful, respecting animal.
I gotta tell you, just like, I know what you're saying about like a few minutes to kind of get the gist of a horse.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go on this trail, and the trail happens to be on like a 50-foot cliff, and we're right on the edge, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm younger.
Oh, wow.
Well,
And
that's
I'm
where
on
you.
this big ass horse, and I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm kind of.
You're probably hugging that thing up for dear life.
Well, that's where that's where the trust and connection come in.
Yeah, like my arms are around his neck, like not the reins, his neck.
Never drop your reins. Those are your brakes, girl. Never drop your reins.
Oh no, I have them in my hand.
So Brandon,
Hello, Bojack.
I see you got a puppy there. What's the name of your puppy?
So cute.
Mr. Bojack.
Yeah, Bojack.
Is that Bojack? I was wondering because I was watching the chat. I'm like, Bojack. I think that's Brandon's puppy. I wanted to confirm that. So that's cool, man. You got an awesome pup. Let me look at the chat real quick because I know you guys. I want to keep you guys, interacting with you too. So let's take a look and see what some of our comments say about what you guys like with their, what's therapeutic for you out there in the nerd area of the world. So, and that includes art and other hands-on stuff. So I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing crochet. Of course, some of them agreed with Lisa's crochet. A lot of them were saying that. And let's see, got Guitar Hero fans out there. An instrument being the voice. Some people like singing. I like karaoke. So part of my therapy. Don't blame me there. Let's see what else we got out there. Hi Rick, how you doing? Jill, Amy, quick hellos out there to those I didn't say hello to yet. Yvonne, what's up? Let's see.
Oh, I say, what's your go-to karaoke song?
Turn the Page, Bob Seger, every time.
Oh, good tune.
Always, because I used to, as you may have seen on Wednesday about the In This Corner segment with Max.
Yeah.
We kind of did. I don't know if it was that day I discussed it or if it was the previous weekend, but one of the things we talked about is when we traveled, when we wrestled, sometimes we'll pit stop at a karaoke / grill, bar and grill. So we always had this one spot right close to the Michigan-Ohio border, and I would always go in there, put in little things, Bob Seger, Turn the Page, and it's like, Zaiden's going up doing Seger again. So I'm like, yeah, man, that's my thing. I love that song because it really tells a story about how you travel a lot. For those that do travel, I mean, all the lyrics doesn't exactly fit, everybody, but I mean, it's just kind of, it's a road travel song. It really is. When you're performing, and it really was kind of my therapeutic outlet for that time frame of my life. So
one time I like to do this thing, and I had no idea that Andy Kaufman did a bit before.
Oh yes.
But I used to go like because I'm here like in the South, and plus like it gets a little hillbilly in like South Park, South side of Houston, as well as ghetto. But I went to a restaurant one time, it's karaoke night, and I was like, yeah, I want to sing a song. I go, hello, my name is Brandon. I'm here to sing a song for you. And me and my friends, we want to have a good time. And this is from me to all the lovely white girls out there with the
Oh,
gosh.
So Andy Kaufman. Oh my god.
And
That's
then
great.
my friend said people in the crowd were like, oh my god, this guy is going to really F this song up, Terrible. And then I I started singing Should I Stay or Should I Go by The Clash.
Yes.
And I go, the question is, should I stay or should I go?
Right.
But then I started singing it in perfect
Great
English. And so like I sang with perfect English, and then people started laughing, and I was like, oh crap. That was an Andy Kaufman bit. I had no idea. Like we were just
Oh.
man.
and I was like, dang it. Of course.
I think that's great though. That's
It was
awesome.
fun. People were like, "Oh my god, this guy is gonna butcher the song. It's gonna be terrible." And then I sang it in perfect English.
Oh man,
That was fun.
that's so cool, dude. I loved watching Andy Kaufman. It was really weird back in the day when he was taking on Jerry the King Lawler in the wrestling bit, and
Yeah.
he had this most dynamic comedy that was so weird, random, which is really fitting what we are. But it was actually kind of entertaining. It was entertaining. It's like a Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh,
of
it was
music.
brilliant. It was
Yeah.
brilliant when he did his Mighty Mouse thing on
Oh my
Saturday
God,
Night
yeah.
Live, like, thank you very much. It's like so cute.
I did. There was a couple girls that came up to me afterwards. They're like, "Oh my god, you're so funny," and I spoke in an accent. Go, "Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it."
He did it so quietly, like into the mic, and he said, "Thank you very much." It was so
My favorite Andy Kaufman was it's got to be Taxi. With,
Yes.
Taxi.
yeah.
When
But,
he was Vodka.
Yeah.
Yes.
when he brings the brownies laced with
It was totally a natural dynamic. Yeah, when he brought the brownies. Go ahead. Sorry.
when he brought the brownies laced with a certain illegal substance, and Christopher Lloyd's character eats them all.
Yes.
Oh, that was so fantastic. Oh my gosh.
I mean, luckily I got to watch that sort of thing on reruns because obviously that was before my time. So, but it just goes to show. I mean, he did so much as well for charity, which a lot of people don't realise as well. He was doing a lot for veterans, for the homeless and everything. I mean, there's a great documentary about that on YouTube as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he did a lot of charity stuff with Jerry the King Lawler as well during that.
They did a
wrestling
great
period.
work together. Yes. And I mean, that's one of the stories I actually followed too. And, being pro wrestling, that was actually something of the things I drew some interest in. And that was what actually surprised me at first. Because when I first started watching Andy Kaufman, and I'm like, okay, so I'm not sure what kind of mentality he follows, because he's such a dynamic character that you couldn't tell which one was his real character, like who he was. And you find out more about him in that documentary where he talks, or I should say that was communicated with Jerry King Lawler, what he did behind the scenes. And doing the charity work that he did. And I think that was actually what really told the story about who Andy Kaufman really was. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, you had everybody may have seen this movie, but with Jim Carrey's reenactment of Andy Kaufman, which pretty
The Man on the
spot
Moon.
Man on the Moon, that was it.
Yeah. That was actually, I think, a really good movie about his life story.
You know,
Yeah.
I really love. It's if you've seen it, Tony Clifton.
Yes, I was getting
Yes.
ready to segue
Yeah.
to Tony Clifton.
Oh, wow.
Bob
Great
Zamuda.
segue.
Bob Zamuda still goes and plays as, or I don't know if he's recently passed. He may have through COVID times, COVID brain.
Mhm.
But he would tour as Tony Clifton even till at least 2020.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like people conspiracy about how he died or if he died, but I don't think he's really.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna really have that much of a long con.
Typically, no.
Yeah.
You know, some
I
people
just-
thought about that with Elvis for a long time. That was interesting.
Well-
that controversy.
That one was crazy. I mean, there was one back in, when was it, 2018, I think.
Didn't they have to dig out his grave or something just to prove
No,
the?
they did an X-ray thing
Okay.
to show that he was in the coffin. It sounds morbid, but there were so many people saying that Elvis wasn't dead, and they had this old guy on photo, and they said, "This is Elvis," and it's like, no, it's not.
Yeah, they
Some-
were saying he was homeless in Los Angeles or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
Elvis would not be homeless in Los
Yeah.
Angeles. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
no,
you
yeah.
know.
Definitely wouldn't happen.
And I think the craziest one that I heard about Elvis was, if he was still alive in, like, I think it was either 2018 or 2019, he'd have been 99 at that point, or
Oh, wow.
close to 100. But people still believe it to this day. It's like a lot of people believe Jim Morrison didn't die. And
Oh
a lot
my
of people-
God.
And a lot of people believe,
He's gone.
Same
He's
with-
gone.
yeah,
Yeah,
That
same
dude
with
has
Michael Jackson too.
So many drugs in the system. Michael Jackson, yeah, that's another thing. So I've heard some weird conspiracies with that. I'm like, dude, there's a lot of people that look like him that do a lot of his acts on the streets, but
You ever hear about Tupac? Tupac.
Oh, that's the
dude,
yeah.
that's probably one of the
Yeah.
biggest ones. Yeah.
That's the longest running one so far that I know of, and apparently he's living in Havana. The latest one that I've heard, he's living in Havana. He's got really skinny, and there's a photo online that you can find,
Oh, wow.
and this guy, whoever it is, looks like him. But even Tupac's mother came out and said, "It's not him. I saw his body." And yet the conspiracy theorists are all saying, no, because how come Tupac is still releasing music? He's still releasing music because he had a back catalogue larger than a lot of rappers and musicians of unreleased music, and it was only going to get released when his mother passed away. And that's what started happening there.
See, that's what I wonder, because he made a lot of music all up to the point of his passing. I wonder how many different songs and albums that they reserved before releasing.
It's like Prince. Prince did
yeah.
the same thing.
Yes.
I was going to say the same thing, like if they ever do that, I mean, like he had like a vault of music,
Yes.
like Prince, and he wrote music for so many different people too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he did. He was like a Neil Diamond of our age.
yeah,
for those that
or
don't
like
know
a Barry
He's better
Manilow
than-
or
I
something.
think he's better than Neil Diamond.
I would have to,
Yeah.
I have to somewhat agree, but they had their own different niches or however you want to look at it. So
Sure.
Neil Diamond wrote music for the Beatles. I mean, he did all kinds of music for really major bands in that day. But
I
Prince,
have a personal thing against Neil Diamond, so
Same thing.
never mind.
oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
There may be
Yeah, I
something
worked
I
in
don't
the
know,
music
because a lot of the
industry.
stuff came from just general research and, of course, my father. But so I'm actually kind of interested in what you have to say about it.
No, I won't go there.
All right, cool.
with Prince, apparently, in his vault, because he played it clever when he changed his name to the symbol, became the artist formerly known as Prince. He bought all his masters back from the record company. And
Warner
started-
Brothers.
Yeah,
Yep.
and apparently in that vault in his house, according to rumor, this isn't fact, everybody. According to rumor, he's got over 300 albums worth of songs.
Yeah.
Wow.
They said
I believe it.
There was a thing on the online that he could release a record every month or every other month or something like
For like
that. For
the next
Yeah.
100 years or something.
Yeah.
So
it's-
let me
it's
just put a
something
quick
crazy.
speculation warning up because we'll be probably talking about some things that are a little speculative, and
Sorry,
of course.
yes, speculation.
We'll even throw a little graphic language warning up there too, just for the sake of it. Maybe even a spoiler warning in case this is true. So, hey, it's whatever, right? There you go. So, yeah. So, Prince did
man.
a lot of creativity. Go ahead, Carrie.
Did you check your PayPal?
You know, I just saw alert come up. Let me see what this is about. Oh my God! Please, okay. If your all goal is to make me cry today, I'm gonna tell you what. It's entirely possible, but I get like, you know how like some people get shy and just kind of like get, you know, almost retreat into their turtle because they're so humble. This is what happens to me because this has never happened to me before. When I came onto YouTube, and this is kind of new to me. So when I receive things, it's hard for me to receive gifts sometimes, but it really helps. So I have to look at it that way as a blessing. And Carrie, I thank you for your PayPal donation. You get an exclusive sound bit from Bill and Ted.
Excellent!
Woo! Thank you, Carrie, for your donation to PayPal. Amazing.
Or my love.
Thank you, guys. Man, that. Oh, thank you. I said I have to take a deep breath. Now we're gonna be okay. I'm really appreciative of that. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, as promised, hello, Gina. We miss you.
Oh, I saw
you.
that coming.
Yes. Yeah.
Call out to the wonder wife of all.
Oh,
Our
yes.
sweet loopy miracle.
Yes. We love her.
She
We
is-
miss her so much.
Great. She's greatly missed in this stream.
Yes.
She's
Yes,
always
she is.
got the
Yes,
coolest chimes. She chimes in at the right time, always.
Always.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, kiss to my wonderful wife, Gina, out there. I know you might be watching. Maybe.
Hearts
I don't
for
know.
Gina, guys.
You know,
Hearts
let's do
for
that. Let's do
Gina.
that. Let's
A lot of
fill
hearts,
up the
please
chat.
Hit the chat.
Just flow it. Flow it with hearts. Hearts for Gina. Let's see it. Let her know that you miss her and love her. Come on. You know, here's I'm going to help you guys. I'm going to help
Yeah.
type some of them hearts out. I'm going to do it with you. I'm part of this community, and I'm going to do it right with you. As soon as I figure out how to type in heart in the emojis.
There we go.
Zaiden,
Wow.
you might be a boomer.
Almost sounds like a Jeff Foxworthy joke. Might just be a boomer.
You might just be a boomer.
Yes, y'all. Keep those hearts coming.
Oh, yes.
For Gina.
This is for Gina. Oh, it's so beautiful. I love this. Oh, you guys are amazing. Yeah.
She needs it, huh?
Yeah, she does. Today she's been working real hard. She got up at 4. Okay, now I'm sorry, Gina. I'm gonna throw you on this
Oh,
one.
there she is! Yay,
She's on.
Gina's
That's
in
my
there!
girl.
Yay!
She's on.
Yay!
Okay, so she set her alarm at 4:20 this morning because she had to be at the church at 6 o'clock. But of course, we make fun of numbers sometimes. You know, 4:20 means certain things. Wink, wink. So you know, we played fun to that. But yeah, yay! My wonder wife is in the chat. Say hello to Loopy Miracle, aka Gina. She's working hard. She's been there at the church doing the Brave Conference. It's a women's conference. Since 6 a.m. this morning, she's been helping behind the scenes, getting things going for all the VIPs that come in, all the guests. She's been And let me tell you something. When we say loopy miracle, right? So loopy miracle, obviously lupus is a diagnosis that is, pretty significant. It takes away a lot of your energy, for one. And we're blessed to, have some good days. Like today, for example, she struggles a little bit, but she's pushing through, man. So definitely her commitment to everyday tasks has me inspired every day. So when you have someone with that kind of background, right? So you're sitting there trying to struggle through a day just to get some tasks done, and you see her doing, like, we're talking about putting out furniture, laying tables out for the guests, helping, really just a lot of work. And, clap hands for that wonderful loopy miracle wife of mine. I mean, hearts out to her. God bless her. I cannot say that enough. I'm really inspired and blessed to have her in my life. So there you go.
You know what, Zaiden? I think it goes both ways.
We do feed off of each other. It's interesting you say that. We have a dynamic energy that we like to bring to the table for both of us, and it's really cohesive. I love it. I love her, and you guys coming into the Ghost. Come on, I love you guys too. It brings out the best of us. So that's what Loopy Miracle is. She fits that piece of the puzzle, and love her dearly. Whew, okay, before I start getting emotional. First donation, and then my wonder wife comes in here and making me cry. Okay, I'm glad I got shades on.
Well, you look awesome in them anyway. Either way.
Thank you.
Do.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that, ladies. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, look at that love. That's all for you, Gina. Awesome.
I wish I had shades as cool as Zaiden's. I don't.
I have to give kudos because this is, believe it or not, and I hope to have him on one of these shows sometime soon. Max was one of my historical, friends. We were friends from back in the day when we first started wrestling. There was one other, when we made his name mentioned on here, Bill Yerd. When he first started, actually, my first tag team match was with someone named Bill Yerd. This individual became a tag team with me and labeled as Clean Cut. We eventually, and that was spelled with K's, which is interesting. And then we turned into Heels, which is bad guys, and then we were called Original Sin. More on that. I hope I get him out on the show because that in itself is a huge story. I might do that another in the corner segment for that. But anyways, I don't know what the direction I was going to go with that, but so
well, we enjoyed the story either way, so
right.
Yes.
Cool. So all right. So where were we, y'all? Before I got all emotional. Well, thank you again, Carrie, for your awesome donation. I appreciate you.
Nerdy gaming things, Zaiden.
Wait a minute, we got another one. We got another one, guys. Come on, I mean, keep it coming. But you want to make me cry? This is the way to do it.
This would happen.
Oh my God!
Excellent!
Shock! You shocked me again, man. You shocked me again, and literally been shocked. So. He gave me some shock factor. Wow. So that's a cash app. Thank you so much for that donation, my friend. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm getting alerts here again. Let me just make sure I'm not leaving out anybody. Okay. So far so good. Wow. Okay. So where were we again? Oh.
You're so humble. I love it.
Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie.
We do it because we obviously love you.
Thank you so much. I really do. Thank you, guys. So, like literally, where were we? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Gina's asking too. She's like, "What were you guys talking about so far?"
So
Well,
what
were talking.
I think. Go ahead, PC.
Yeah, I think it was nerdy therapeutic stuff, and then we got
Of course.
into Andy Kaufman, Prince, and music.
Ah, yes. We were talking about Prince, and
Thank
Yes,
goodness you're
Prince,
here to keep us
yeah.
on track.
Right.
And I'm the one who brought up both Andy Kaufman and Prince, and he's the one who has to remind me what I brought up.
This is why we have a fantastic bunch. So we're talking about Prince, but kind of branched off from the therapeutic, like what's a therapeutic thing for you, but in a kind of like nerdy setting, which could be artistic, it could be hands-on, or maybe animal related.
Because I had 3 topics. So the first one was like, like Beethoven, Rachmaninoff. Then it was like Andy Kaufman with some comedy, Prince, or like, different artists. But then also the other one is, since I was 12, I've been playing instruments. So when I was 12, I picked up a guitar, bass,
Oh yeah.
harmonica, accordion, piano, and a thing called it's a thing that they play in Jamaica. It's I forget the name, and then also a didgeridoo. So
A didgeridoo?
Didgeridoo. Ooh.
Didgeridoo.
Wow.
So
Fascinating.
no, it's a it's a melodica. The one where I'm talking about, it's like a you blow into it and then you play the piano keys.
Oh wow.
So it's like for like reggae or dubstep or not dubstep. Music.
That would be an interesting dubstep instrument.
Yeah. So like that's what also made me nerdy. I don't know if like there's many instrument players in this group, but sometimes you can nerd out and you feel isolated because if you learn different instruments that nobody else wants to learn, you're kind of like on an island by yourself. You're like,
I think that's the coolest thing ever, though. I really do. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us do as well. That's awesome. So go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I got nerded out by hearing it.
That's what makes me feel like a nerd too. So we were talking about the nerd stuff. And I was trying to bring it back to that, but yeah. Whenever you're interested in languages and instruments that are not something of like societal norms, it does make you feel nerdy, but it's kind of cool when you get older. Like, oh yeah, I understand that. So
yeah, I was all about 90s alternative myself. I mean, I like the different styles of music. So that right there alone kind of has me interested. Like, kind of want to hear a Brandon special, It's so cool.
Yeah, maybe I'll set up some stuff one day.
Yeah, it's cool.
But
Awesome,
yeah,
Brandon.
so to get back into the nerd talk.
Hey, keep it coming, man. If you got more, bring it to the table. We're all about it. Open ears today. So going back to the chat for just a moment, has anybody else had any kind of like nerdy things that they found that was therapeutic for them? Like, I'm hearing music as a huge one, right? So obviously I grew up in the 80s and 90s. I love the 80s rock. Absolutely love the powerhouse 80s. I mean, I really loved like your Aerosmith powerhouse, your John Bon Jovi powerhouse, those kind of vocals. Just that's the kind of stuff I love. I mean, obviously I sang "Turn the Page" by Bob Seger. That was my comfort song, but I really also loved singing those, those really strong, high tenor kind of vocals like John Bon Jovi, for example. Or Dream On by Aerosmith. I mean, those are the things that I used to be able to hit those notes with. Don't test me now, because I'm not sure if I can hit them now or not. But yeah, so
That's
it's
called
awesome.
falsetto.
Max is in the house. Say hi to Max. She's in
Hey,
chat.
Max.
Max?
What's up, buddy?
Hello,
Good to see you.
Max.
I know she's working today, so I don't know if she's done working or not. But So hello to her. So yeah, that was kind of my thing. 90s I liked a lot because that was really kind of a lot of my hardship years, and where I got into more of the alternative / grunge music, like Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains really was one of my go-tos, and Nirvana was another one. And along that genre was really where I kind of sat with. So. What about you guys out there? I'm seeing a lot of text, or excuse me, some chat for music related. Let's see.
Hey, Zaiden?
Yeah, go ahead, Carrie.
Did you see what Max's one was? Her therapeutic?
Aww. Aww. Hearts for Max.
Face
Oh,
bump.
yes.
I just said face
Some
bump.
hearts
Fist bump.
for Max.
Face bump.
I literally said the wrestling term. That's
All
funny.
right, you're like too stuck in the 90s right now. Face bump, bro.
Like no. So wrestling term in my head right now. But yeah, I grew up in wrestling too, so that was the thing that me and my brother watched growing up. Kind of got me also out of that turtle shell, kind of, another weird therapeutic thing, I guess you can call it. But anywho, any other therapeutic nerdy stuff out there, guys? We left off on Prince.
Well, also music for me too.
Yeah?
Like the other day, I was having a rough day, and I put this song on, and I'm telling you, like, this girl wrote this song because her dad was an addict who ended up dying. And I don't know if you guys remember the artist. She's younger, but you know JoJo?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, she's been putting out like new stuff. And this song just broke me down. How she could understand so much of that aspect. And, she wrote it because of her father. She is one smart woman. I'm telling you that.
How amazing some of the artists could really speak to your soul like that.
It's true.
Like,
Yeah.
had me in
Yes.
tears.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. There's some songs that I'm sure every one of us on this panel can relate to.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I just
Go ahead, Lisa.
At the beginning of May, I took my mother and my mother-in-law to go see Paul McCartney for this last, his Got Back tour. And, they were so cute. They were crying like little girls, watching Paul and everything. But he did a tribute to John Lennon and George Harrison. And, like, my favorite Beatle was George Harrison. And he sang the song Something. And, like, it's just, like, I'm going to start crying about it right now when I heard him sing it. But it just brought me to tears, There's something about music and people writing their feelings, and turning it into, like, a beautiful song that just touches your soul, and, like another one for me that Paul sings that, is another one that, like, speaks to me is, like, Let It Be.
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff like that, and even, like, I don't know, Hey Jude is really good too. And then, I'll sit there and I was on a Peggy Lee kick today, and I was going through Peggy Lee music, and there's even songs that she did that can bring tears to my eyes.
Aw.
She was fantastic. Beautiful lady, beautiful singer, so, yeah.
Lisa, one thing, I guess it's been a couple years now, so NDA's over the NDA agreement, but one of the biggest tours that I was felt accomplished was Paul McCartney's On the Run tour.
Oh,
And
Cool.
so,
Wow.
and I had to edit like about a 4.5 minute trailer for his concert, and so I had to do it in American, English, British or UK English before Brexit, and then do it in China, do it in Korean and Japanese. So like I had to learn how to, deliver the impact of the Beatles to foreigners in a language and type it out in the language that I didn't understand, but I was like, oh, this is Paul McCartney. Like he doesn't need
Yeah.
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 The whole world can feel it. And whenever you're talking about that, I was just like, sometimes like you feel a little sad or get down and out, but I'm like, oh man, I've done that. That's okay. That's pretty cool. Not many people can say they did that. So
No, that's awesome.
but it's just it's so cool to just even be in a place with a community like this. I mean, sometimes some of us are reclusive, but we all have a place to talk with each other.
Exactly.
Yes. Agreed.
100% agree.
That's the
But-
main thing. Go ahead, Brandon. Sorry.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying yes, sorry, and I didn't mean to
No,
talk about like those kind of things, because sometimes I do keep it to myself. Or, like,
No, but that's awesome.
See, sometimes you
That's-
almost lead into therapeutic because you kind of have to, have a little bit of a leadway, right?
I
But
mean,
that is awesome that you
yeah.
through that
If
path.
if I'd have known about these communities like Temp and Paige and Zaiden during lockdown, I'd have been coming on more regularly instead of climbing the walls constantly, because you were just stuck inside all the time. And during the 2 lockdowns, I sort of went inside my own head, which at the best of times can be good, but at the worst of times can be really bad.
Absolutely true. I mean, when you start, like I said, I think before I made a mention of this, and of course, Gina is one of them that can relate, where you not only had a pandemic, but there's several of those that are either laid off or disabled that can't really do anything other than be in their home. Where they're very limited on the outlets they have in order to bring joy into their lives. And honestly, the biggest number one thing that you'll see on a lot of these polls that they do is watch just TV and then just waste the day away. Of course, when you have YouTube here and you can communicate with other individuals that you can relate to like this, it is so therapeutic. And I think this is very important to bring a community together like this one, so that we can have that kind of interaction, and that I'll call it a therapy when you're not even realizing it, because it's an instant joy to be able to reach out to people, even us introverts, because I'm one. I'm technically an introvert, because when I first came onto YouTube, it was like, I don't know if I want to do this. So I was nervous. But with my wrestling experience, of course, you almost have, I put myself into that character mode, like I almost wanted to fake it to make it kind of moment. But it really brought out the real part of me. And I think, without realizing it, that therapy side that comes with this, communicating with everybody, and a lot of people that can relate to this, is so good it's like food for the soul, as I would call it.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a fantastic, and I'm really kind of bummed I didn't get to do this sooner, because it is so good for communities like us.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with me, Zaiden. I mean, my biggest thing that I'll be doing is this D&D campaign, which I mentioned to Temp. And I'm not a person normally on camera leading something, so it's going to be a big challenge for me. But I thought, why don't I bring some enjoyment to the community through something that I know and love, and see if other people might be interested in joining in and stuff like that. And the thing is, the amount of people that I've met in this wonderful community, we're all crazy, weird, and we all have our own.
We are
things going on.
completely normal.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh dear.
There is nothing wrong with us. Come on now.
I didn't mean it that way.
I'm teasing. I'm only joking.
We love you.
Yeah, that was awesome. Sorry.
And like I said, if I was in these communities during lockdown, I wouldn't have gone through the emotional turmoil that I did during lockdown, because I was locked down for literally 2 years. And the reason for that is, you know, one, because of the pandemic, but two, because I had cerebral palsy of the Achilles tendons. And the reason why I had to stay inside is because cerebral palsy makes me susceptible to pneumonia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter where it is in the body, it makes that person or persons susceptible to pneumonia. That's why a lot of young children with full cerebral palsy that can't take care of themselves and need a carer, that's why they die so young. They die before they reach their mid-teens.
Right.
You know, because and with the pandemic, it was just terrible. I'd speak to my friends, but as soon as that phone call was over, it was like, well, what do I do? And I just started going into myself. And at that point, it wasn't a good thing. So I had to try and keep myself busy.
Yes.
Which is why I've got the biggest pile of Warhammer 40k plastic you can possibly imagine sitting on my desk that I haven't even touched. But, you know, I tried to keep myself busy, and thank God there was something like Critical Role, because their videos, and this isn't a joke, their videos are like 4 hours long, 5 hours long, and literally I could stick on a video and go through 5 videos before I even know it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I started doing things like that, and then I came across, you know,
It's a great outlet. It's a great outlet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
Yeah. Like with me, I'm not going to go into any details on it, but I had a very traumatic incident in 2018, and I was on workman's comp for like about 1.5 years, and with what happened to me, it kind of ruined the place where I was, which I was living in Hawaii at the time, and it ruined the experience, which was a beautiful experience for the years that I lived there up until that point. And I wound up, you know, packing everything up that I could and selling everything that I could and moving my dogs and 2 of my horses from Hawaii to California. And at the time when I was, you know, done with my therapy for what happened, you know, and I got released and I was getting ready to go, like, I literally signed my papers on February 22nd, you know, 2020, and then the world closed. And I was finally at a place where I was like ready to, you know, put myself back out in the world. And then, you know, we all know what happened in March that year. So
yes.
So it set me back into like this recluse world, and I still struggle a little bit with my anxieties with what happened to me. But doing this, like, you know, coming on YouTube and talking and making the friends that I've made in the Telegram groups and stuff like that has really been very therapeutic for me, actually. Like, you all do not understand like how difficult it was for me to make this step to start calling in. And then it became easier and easier, and it's kind of like become like a good addiction.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's really helped with, you know, me, the person I was before the incident in 2018. I was very extroverted, but I've never been an introvert, and all of a sudden, like, I'm an introvert, and I'm like, oh, well, who's this person, you know? So, like, yeah, like doing the YouTube and doing the Telegram and making the friends that I've made in the community and stuff like that has really been amazing for me. And so I'm super thankful for it as well. And it's also helping me with trying to emerge and, you know, put myself back into the workforce. And that's one of the reasons why, too, I started, you know, working more with the horses and stuff like that, because at least it was something for me to put myself out there, and I didn't have to deal with people. And, you know, but, you know, at the same time, I really was missing people. So, and it's nice because quirky, silly Lisa is coming back in full force, and I love it. So
I'll follow that up with one more for Lisa here, because she gets an honorable mention. Hold on, switching gears. Limited. Excellent. Lisa, thank you for your donation, sweetheart. I really appreciate you. You guys are amazing. Again, what an amazing community. All of you are just... I love this community. We're like the misfits of... Remember that... what was that Christmas movie that was the Land of Misfit Toys?
Oh, Rudolph.
Was it called that? Maybe it was it.
I think so, and I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
That was like a really old movie.
Really old school.
Yeah, and I've been watching it. I started watching it when I was super young, and when it comes on around Christmas time, I will sit and watch it all over again with the big abominable monster, and I think that's what it was, and they were really scared of him. And
Right. So the interesting part, obviously, I even go back to this movie even today. Even though obviously technology got ahead, you know, when we got ahead of that and we go back and like, oh, well, this is not as good as I thought it was. But no, as far as the technology side. However, the story is still there. It really is like, I can relate to this story because we are kind of like the Misfit Toys. Yeah. We're that weirdo rando bunch that likes to, you know, we come together and we make a difference to make a happier place, a happier...
Can I be the spider body, creepy baby head one? No, I'm just teasing.
We also do small soldiers.
Yes. Oh.
I love that. I love Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It's one of my all-time favorites because of the Misfits as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was such a great combination in that movie. As a kid, I mean, I went through a whole bunch growing up, and I watched that movie like religiously every year, maybe 20, 30 times a year. I mean, it never got old for me. No. I'm sure a lot of you could relate to that.
Absolutely.
So I love it. We're like the Gauche of Misfit Toys, you know, whatever, which is really cool, you know. Anyways, geeked out there for a minute. But thank you, Lisa, once again. So back to... Yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Carrie.
But I'd like to reiterate what Lisa was saying.
Yeah.
Everything she said about, you know, starting to come on, starting to talk, starting to come on the lives. It's helping me too. Like, it's really, I mean, I really showed my face for the first time last Saturday.
And you looked great, by the way.
What?
You looked great.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I honestly am surprised you don't show your face more often. So don't worry about that part of you. You did look great. You still look great. I'm sure you look great. So
Oh,
yeah,
thank you. That
you're
means
obviously
a
welcome
lot.
on here. Absolutely.
And, I mean, like Lisa said, it's just helping, and with what you said, it's like we are that house of misfits, you know. Most of us turned into introverts, or we were introverts, you know, from the beginning. But
Right.
it's kind of like we're all helping each other heal.
And that's what's beautiful about this, right? So we
Yeah.
all can get together and actually have a good conversation like this, like therapeutic stuff for nerds or whatever it is. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's really awesome to hear, you know, what's good for you in your therapeutic adventure. And the biggest answer we're coming across here is coming together as a community. And I
Yeah.
think this is really, it's beautiful. I love it. I mean, I love hearing this. Ooh, actually, that kind of got me a little emotional there. So,
Aw,
yeah,
I didn't mean to.
in a good way, in a good way. So I
Okay.
actually appreciate this conversation.
And
so-
I appreciate your comment.
You're welcome.
God love you.
Thank you, Carrie. So, I'm looking at chat. So I'm just kind of curious out there, you guys. Give me a sign that you're still breathing, for one. And of course, my wonderful wife, Gina, is still out there kicking it with us. Yvonne, I see there you're out there. So what are some of your guys's, you know, some things that you like, you know, therapeutic wise, whether being on here or whether it's music or movies? I'm just kind of curious. So we kind of banked from music to some kind of, you know, movies that we can relate to, and then of course back to the community. So I'm kind of curious on your guys' feedback. And again, I did post a link for the live call-in. So if you guys want me to do that again, I can do that for those of you that want to come in and have a chat. We'll repost that for you once again, just so you know we have not forgot about you. Max. Max is still in there too. She's the dentist.
Then she says, I'm sure you don't want me working on your teeth.
Oh, that's great. Oh my gosh. But anywho, we lost Brandon. So anyways, I did post a link. If you guys want to call back in. We are here for a little while more. I'm going to go ahead and say we got about maybe 20 more minutes, and then what will happen is we're going to switch up to the next segment, which is the Temp, Paige, and Zaiden, or the ZTP, which is that little wonderful red logo I created for us, at least for today anyway. And then we'll talk about some different topics.
Sorry.
That's absolutely fine. Dragonfly kisses. We love you.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
You're always welcome back. Thank you for coming along. I really appreciate you. We really appreciate you.
Love you, everyone.
Love
Take
you.
care. Bye.
Bye, sweetie.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Till the next time. So let's see. Doop. So we did talk a little bit about just kind of a recap, if you will. We went from kind of like the nerdiness version of therapeutics, which ranged from D&D, board games, video games, to music categories and movies. So a lot of us kind of relate to each other in that way. And it's really interesting because when we bring out these topics, there's a lot of common ground coming with everybody that we can relate to, which is actually a fantastic thing. And we have, of course, like people like me and Max, and maybe one day Bill Yard. We kind of are our own nerds because we kind of grew up in that era of video games, pro wrestling, and in many ways that was its own nerdy outlet. And you know, there's so much variety in how we therapeutically deal with things. Like when I first went into wrestling, for example, I went into wrestling because pain was the only thing I can identify with that I understood that I was a human being. I was in a bad place, but I learned that there was a good outlet from that because I got into a community. I got to relate to people. I got to be able to have a positive interaction with some people that, that have maybe some similar backgrounds or maybe even different, but we got along together and we had a community. See what I'm saying? So when we have something like this, like we're doing now, right? I think this is really cool because it creates the community of all the differences, all the cultures, all the different things that we can relate to, have fun with. And like what PC Tech was saying, he's going to be helping with hosting a D&D event. I mean, there's another community thing that we can get together with and have another outlet for. So I think personally, this is a fantastic outlet. We can talk about these things. Very safe environment, and that's what I promote here on the Gauche. So obviously the door's always open, and there's a lot of love here as far as welcoming. There's nobody that's unwelcome. Obviously we wish everybody to be respectful to each other and love one another. Me and Temp agree on that. So I'll go ahead and say this before we start transitioning. I just wanted to kind of say a couple of things, starting with, does anybody want to hear any zingers?
Absolutely.
We do.
I've got to have some zingers in my LunchRush. Come on. Put that topping on my sandwich, please.
There has to be zingers in a Zaiden stream.
You have to have a Zaiden zinger. It's just got to happen. So, why was the cow such a heartthrob on the farm? Why was the cow such a heartthrob on the farm? He was a smooth talker.
Oh, crickets in the chat. Crickets.
Oh, yes, I love it. Please provide the crickets.
Paige is like, it was making moves.
That's a good one. I like that one actually better. Paige, you got my cricket kudos. That was my cricket kudo trophy. So, why are the piggy banks so wise? They are filled with common sense.
Oh,
Oh, God.
I like that one.
Yes. Oh, man. So, where do you learn to make a banana split? Where do you learn to make a banana split?
At Sunday school?
Ah, Lisa got it. 100 points. 100 points. Kind of like who's
I don't know why. I just was like, well, it's a Sunday, so.
Nice.
Zaiden, take a look at Paige's idea for a joke.
Ah, nice. Paige says, have you heard the joke about the flu? Never mind. I didn't want to spread it around. 2 cricket trophies for Paige. I love it. That's great. Let's see. Do we have another? So, what did the accountant say while auditing a document?
Wait, what was that? What did the accountant say?
Right. What did the accountant say while auditing a document?
This doesn't add up?
You're not far off.
I don't know.
That's what I was going to say.
The answer is this is taxing.
Oh, oh no.
I'm sorry. I like Lisa's answer.
I know. Like that's Lisa's answer is probably a little better. All right, so
Yeah.
of course, some weddings they're really beautiful. Even the cake was in tears.
Oh god.
Oh, so terrible. I'll give you guys one more.
Keep
What do
the
you-
crickets coming, chat. Keep the crickets coming.
Might as well fill it because there's one more coming. I don't trust trees. You know why? They
Because
seem
they always leave.
yeah. Well, that's one way to say it. But there's another. They seem shady.
Oh, okay.
Ah, man. And there is your.
Oh, there's one more.
Gillis, one got one.
Oh, wait, let's see it, Jill. What you got? Why did the teddy bear not want any more sweets? Because he was stuffed. Well played.
Yeah,
You
well played.
get my hands clapping, my clapping hands. So there are your Zaiden zingers. So we'll go ahead and start ring around the posy here of closings. We'll go ahead and start with Carrie. What would you like to exit us out with? Now, keep in mind, we're going to be transitioning into the ZTP segment, which is Zaiden, Temp and Paige, and Friends. So after we're done here, just know that we're going to be going into that segment. So those of you who want to stay, you can, because this stream is going to be continuous. All right, so just an FYI.
Okay.
So for this segment of LunchRush, go ahead, Carrie. What would you like to close us out with?
Well, I love coming here because you make me laugh every darn time. And I appreciate that so much. Like, I just
Aw.
love it. I know that I can come here and it's safe and there's great friends and great people and I'm always left laughing my butt off. I love it. I love that you had me.
It
as a
makes
gift.
her. It makes her
And-
happier than a pig. And just kidding.
awesome.
Just kidding. I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I know Carrie appreciates that. Awesome.
But yeah, so I really do love everyone here.
Awesome. Thank you,
And
Carrie.
It's a safe place to come, and Zaiden, you have no idea how much that means to me.
Well,
Really?
I'm thankful for having you here. So thank you for those nice, kind comments. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. And we appreciate you. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. All right. So off over to Hoppity Hopland. That is Lisa, the Happy Bunny.
Well, I'm always happy to hop on. So, yeah, no, I really appreciate this community. I appreciate the great friends that I've made in this community. Like I said, it's something that's very therapeutic for me, and it helps me with my personal struggles. So, keep up the good work, Zaiden, and
Thank you.
yeah, everybody, it's a good day to have a great day. So, yay.
A great statement. I like that. I think you should coin that. I saw you make that statement earlier. I'm like, that's a cool statement. So I like
Good
that.
day for a great day.
Absolutely. Well, PC Tech, we're up to you, good sir.
Yeah, I'm grateful for this entire community of Temp and Paige, you, Zaiden, everybody. It's been an interesting journey for myself. So, and I'm looking forward to showing my D&D skills, hopefully, soon. So, hopefully, people in the community will come and see the D&D campaign, and will help grow this community a little bit more.
All right. Yeah, bud. Looking forward to it. We really are interested in seeing how that will develop, so keep us posted, good sir.
Well, I've already set up the Telegram group for the players.
I thought I saw something pop up there for Telegram. Okay, cool. So we got that. Do you want to go ahead and post? Go ahead and post the link if you want in chat for those that are interested, or do you have just a select group for now?
There's a select group for now.
Okay.
And then if people want to join in at a later date, we can bring some people in.
I see. Okay.
Because I don't want to bring too many players in to begin with, because it could get quite hectic.
Yeah, and I know what you mean, because you get it can be really a hassle to try to organize an event with anything like usually over 8 players. Even 8 players is pretty tough. A lot of people have these ideas when you're in D&D. I know this by experience. So I totally get it. Excellent. So look forward to seeing more from that. Thank you, PC Tech.
No problem.
Appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for your awesome input. For today's segment here at LunchRush, I'm going to go ahead and go to the next screen here, but for those that want to stay for the next segment, which is the Zaiden, Temp and Paige portion of the stream, please don't exit. Stay tuned, because we got more topics to talk about here in just a little bit. So I'll go ahead and transition real quick to our closing for the Lunch Rush with yours truly. Excellent! Thank you guys for tuning in to The Gauche with our wonderful guests, our happy bunny, Lisa, and also Carrie. Thank you, PC Tech, for coming on board, as well as Brandon. I know I'm missing one more person that was on with us on the panel. Our sweet dragonfly kisses. Yes, thank you, Lisa, for reminding me. All right, so thank you all for tuning in for this segment of The Gauche. All of you out there in chat land, thank you for also tuning in. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell to get the most content available to you, and updated content as well. So this also helps our community grow. Hit that like button for this video. It really does help these algorithms grow and help us grow. So, and of course, subscribe if you haven't done so already. And again, we have those link trees out there available, not just mine, but also Temp and Paige's. So don't forget about checking those out while you get the chance. So this concludes the Lunch Rush with yours truly, Zaiden, and our wonderful panel. Thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned for the Zaiden, Temp, and Paige. We'll call ours, possibly. Stay tuned. We got some really important topics to talk about here in just a little bit. So in the meantime, Zaiden out. Stay tuned. All right, everybody, welcome back again to The Gauche, but this segment is for the Zaiden, Temp, Paige side of our stream. So once again, you saw that like, subscribe, and notification bell. If you hit those, that would definitely help this channel grow. I do want to also encourage our visiting our Linktree, which contains not only just my information, donation information, and community information, but also contains the family of the Gauche, which includes Temp and Paige. So please take a moment to visit that link tree. I'm gonna go ahead and post that link into chat now, so you guys can have access to that. And once again, I'm going to be posting a link for our call-ins. We're going to be talking about some important topics today that really. And when we get into these streams, when it comes to the Temp Page stream, They're pretty heavy in topic, but they are important. So stay tuned. If you want to dive in with us, by all means, stick with us because it will be actually pretty important to talk about. So, all right. With that said, I'm going to go and transition into our intro once again, and then I'm going to introduce you guys to our guests for this segment. Stay tuned. All right, everybody, welcome once again to the Gauche. This segment is actually the Temp and Paige segment. I'm hosting for this segment for them. Your host, of course, yours truly, Zaiden. I am, of course, honored to be able to host this segment with them and for them. So this segment, I'm going to go ahead. I already posted out the Zoom link, because this segment is going to be really interactive because it's going to discuss a lot of important topics. So really, we encourage you to join in. We're going to have some deep philosophical discussions with a respectful tone. Obviously, we don't want to come into a place of negativity, but we do want to discuss the importance of some of these topics. Now, I'm going to go ahead and highlight what we're going to be talking about a little bit today. So the topics of discussion primarily will be: can we agree to disagree? That will be the overall tone of what we'll be talking about. And they're going to include several categories. Now, when I say this, it's going to be something along the line of things like religion, politics, our own cultures, language, you name it. There's a lot of indifference out there. So again, some of these topics could be sensitive, so I am going to post a couple of warnings here for everybody because it could lead into that. So,
and if I could, Zaiden, some of it could be triggering to some people as well. So we just want to make you aware of that, so that you don't feel flustered in any way. If that makes sense. Yep,
that's why I just posted the graphic language warning, which actually covers quite a bit of that. So the graphic side of it could be that what we talk about is, that's the trigger side, right? So anything we talk about here could be triggered, possibly. I'm not saying it will be, but there is the possibility of that. Also, I will go ahead and say speculative as well, because some of the information we may talk about may not be specifically factual. So what I'll say is speculation warning, because we're going to have a discussion on opinion as well, as based on what we think on the discussions we'll be talking about. So little FYI. All right, so with that out of the way, I'll go ahead and I'm going to post my panel here, but I'm going to change the panel up a little bit as far as the display. So give me just a second as I start this up. And then I'm going to transition into that screen. So here we go. All right. So here you have it. We have our guests. We have PC Tech Radio. We also have Carrie. We have our Happy Bunny, Lisa, as well as, looks like myself. So how about that? Oh, there you go. I'm still trying to figure out all there is about Zoom. It's just fantastic. So we'll go ahead and kick things off. So again, I have the links. If you guys want to come in to have a discussion, the next segment here is going to be more specific regarding, can we agree to disagree? So we'll go ahead and kick things off. So far, I've got PC Tech Radio in here. We have Lisa and also Carrie. I'm still trying to figure out the graphic side of this, so the bunny's hopping in and hopping out. So,
sorry, I'm making a little. I'm making a midday snack. That's me. I'm just hopping in and out.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
Very good. All right, Carrie, are you still with us?
Oh yeah.
All right, fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So what I'll go ahead and do here is the biggest thing we talk about in today's society is the divide. The biggest thing that we're having a problem with in today's society is a divide, and I understate that because it's such a heavy burden and a heavy issue. I want to cover this because there needs to be some healing from this, because there's so much hatred out there regarding our different views on things, whether it be religion, whether it be political, whether it be just cultural, whether it be job related, whether it be something yet you may know that somebody else may not know, but yet know who's listening. So are we actually taking a step to listen to somebody else to come to some sort of agreement, even if it's a disagreement? So let's go ahead and kick things off with I guess I mean on my side of things, I've experienced some of that divide in the religious side. That's a sensitive topic for some. Political is also a very sensitive topic. But this is a broad topic because it covers a lot of areas. And PC Tech made a great point. If you want to kick things off on that, I'll let you go ahead and do so.
The point that I was making to you before was, I think the divide has got even greater since Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, and primarily purely because social media, when it first arrived on the scene, it purported to be a thing to keep everybody connected, but it seems to have devolved into making the divide even greater. We've seen more bullying online because of Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok in a sense, and we've seen more hatred than ever before, which is quite worrying. And we've also seen you'll see a lot of people on Facebook join certain groups and stuff like that. So that's my take on it, Zaiden. I mean, whether you have something to add to that, go ahead and add to it, my friend.
So honestly, I think you hit a huge point here. And like we said, we were talking just briefly earlier, one of the biggest things we've noticed there's a big problem with is our social media.
Yeah.
So now when I talk about social media, like you said, cyberbullying is one of the biggest problems we have out there, especially with our children. And that's causing a great divide when it comes to the social aspect of being in a community. So that's even increasing even more, if you will, our communities that have children that don't even want to go into school because they've been labeled in the bullying area of the social media place. So it comes to a point where a lot of these children are becoming more introverted because they're so, sensitive, for one, and two, they become there's another word I'm looking for. I would have to say
they become addicted to social media. I mean, to give you an example, my close friend from secondary school, what you would call high school, has a 10-year-old daughter. He bought her an iPhone. On that iPhone, it already has all the social media apps. And I literally said to him, "What are you doing?" Because not being funny, but social media is no place for a young child at all. And to be honest, I'm hoping. I mean, I've read somewhere that there'll be regulation coming in on the social media platforms, and I hope they do that sooner rather than later, because we've had so many incidences on social media of hate speech against certain people. As we've already said, we've seen bullying, and it's increased in suicide rates. And Facebook and Instagram have admitted that, yet they do nothing. And that's the worst part. These technology companies, from what I can tell, they're like the technology companies of old, like Microsoft. All they care about is money, making their money, and then that's it. And I read recently that Mark Zuckerberg is no longer the CEO of Facebook, apparently. Whether that is true, I do not know, but I'm hoping, because you've had all these social media companies up before Congress in Senate hearings, and I've watched them, and it seems to me like all they're doing is making excuses.
I 100% now. California has stepped up to bat on this regarding the we'll call it preventative maintenance legislation when it comes to age-appropriate material. So they're coming to the point of where they just passed legislation that you cannot have somebody under the age of 18 come into certain social media groups. I don't remember the extent of that law that passed, but it was a preventative maintenance law that prevents that type of bullying to occur. Because now, obviously, they could probably find a way around it. Depending on the parents, right? So parents take a huge responsibility in this. And the other argument we had too was: are the parents educated enough to be able to follow through with said, technological things such as, social media? Are they able to know how to manage their children's social media access?
Well,
go on, Lisa. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, that's okay. Well, I was going to say, as to what you were saying, Zaiden, they are passing a, legislature for that and stuff like that. But it's hard too, because you have those parents out there that no matter what the child's age is, they will make dummy accounts for their kids so that they can have the social media, and then they're putting them out there. And I think that's silly, because why would you do that to a child and put them out there and let them be exposed to certain things? Like when I lived in the islands and stuff, and Facebook was kind of new, I knew a lot of people who would fudge their children's birthdays so they could have Facebook accounts. And it's like, why do they need to see this? Because then you're already putting them at an 18 and older area, and so then they can find stuff that they shouldn't be seeing. It's kind of maddening. Yeah. Kind of maddening.
In my personal opinion, I think all social media, no matter what country you're in, you shouldn't be able to go on social media until you're at least 18 years of age. Because if you look at the and again, I apologize to anybody in chat who may be triggered by this, but if you look at the teen suicide rate for teenage girls especially, and teenage boys who have taken their own lives because of cyberbullying on Instagram, on Facebook, on any social media platform, it's increased exponentially. And when Mark Zuckerberg was asked about this in Congress, he totally gave a non-answer. You know, he was asked and he totally gave a non-answer. He said, we don't know the statistics. Well, they do know the statistics. They just don't want regulation, because if they go under regulation, they have to put in place specific safeguards and things for younger people on the platform, and they don't want that. The reason why they don't want that is because they'll lose money.
Yep. Yep. A lot of it's advertising
and I mean,
into that media, or those individuals that are logged in, right? So that goes back to what you're saying, because he deflected in that questioning how to be whether or not to be accountable for this, and he chose to deflect because of that very reason. There's a lot of I would have to say greed that goes into this.
Yeah.
What do you think, Lisa?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, he should be a little bit more concerned about it, in my opinion, because, he needs to think of why Facebook started in the first place. He started Facebook as a hookup page for, the nerds.
Yeah, wasn't it for university students as well?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, for the
started.
school that he went to. That's where he started it. It was for a way for people to hook up, meet. Like it was like a dating app. And so, but then it blew up into the monster that it's become. And so he needs to kind of, if he's going to be evasive about things like that when you're talking about young people, taking their own lives and stuff like that, he needs to try to remember where his roots were. It was set up for college students to meet, and it was basically like a, for lack of a better word, a G-rated Tinder, I mean, so, that's.
That makes a good point, because, we're right before that, it was MySpace. And
right.
I remember when we could design our own stuff on MySpace, and then of course Facebook comes along to make it more of an easier to access social media, and that's exactly what happened. It started with the universities, and of course the networking side of it was so much easier. So when Facebook came along, I don't think Mark Zuckerberg realized just how much this was going to expand. And then of course, everybody that falls into money when it comes to this, right? You get, that realization, wow, this is really a powerful thing. And then, do I want to give up the regulation? Or let me rephrase that. Do you want to put regulations on something that could hinder some of that wealth? So there's a responsibility to that.
And then the silly thing they do about it is they don't stop the, cyberbullying. But if you make a political statement or you speak about COVID, they put you in Facebook jail.
Yeah. I mean,
that's exactly right.
It's like it's even here on YouTube. You can't, like we discussed a week ago, you can't mention certain words on YouTube because they will strike a channel for it. You see it on Popcorn Planet where they don't use certain words because they know, because they're a big channel, YouTube will strike them. They'll strike the stream, and the stream will go down. It's crazy, Then you have, going back to your point, Zaiden. I don't think it's about regulating. I don't think it needs to be regulated on a whole. I think when it comes to younger generation who want to be on Facebook or whatever social media, there has to be certain things in place so that they can be safe.
Agreed. Agreed.
And this is what they're fighting against. And it does come down to greed. It does come down to greed. They all want those dollar bills, y'all, and that's it.
Yep.
That's all they want. I mean, Facebook made Mark Zuckerberg a billionaire.
Not only that, he had some government contracts that he participated in, because there's a lot of that was the beginning of the personal identifiable information era, where a lot of information was collected, and then the government wanted to get their hands in on that, of course.
And that's why Facebook were now facing the Senate hearings, because they sold 1 billion users' data to a UK firm called Cambridge Analytica.
Bingo.
And basically we allow it to happen. That there was a little bit of an outcry about it, but we allowed it to happen. I haven't used Facebook since, because I was one of the people affected. When I logged into my Facebook account, it popped up with a message saying you've been affected by the data breach from Cambridge Analytica. They called it a data breach.
Yeah.
It wasn't a data breach. They sold my data to this company without my permission.
That was really wild. I cannot believe that they labeled it as a data breach, and I thought that was the biggest insult in the world right there.
I downloaded all my photos that I put up there.
Yeah.
I downloaded all the 2 videos I put up, and I haven't been. The only time I log into Facebook now is if my dad tells me he's posted something that he wants me to take a look at. And the only Facebook app that I have is Facebook Messenger, so I can speak to my dad on Facebook Messenger if I can't get a chance to call him. That's it. I have a Twitter account, but it's very rare that I use Twitter, because Twitter's just a dumpster fire.
Yes. Yes, it is.
You know, and going into politics, you know, to prove my point on that, just look at the tweets that Donald Trump was allowed to get away with.
Yeah, I don't need to say anything about that.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
You said a dumpster fire. I don't think it's the word phrase enough for it. I mean, I think that was a nuclear mushroom.
If anybody's ever seen it, the funniest video I've ever seen is
Andy Serkis.
Yeah, Stephen Colbert and Andy Serkis, reading the Donald Trump tweets as column.
Yes, yeah, Gollum and Smeagol, yeah. That was hysterical when he's like, "What's a kerfuffle, precious?" or whatever it is. Kerfuffle. That was amazing when he did that. And I mean, you know, Andy Serkis, he's just brilliant. Oh my goodness.
He was.
I didn't realize until watching his interview on Stephen Colbert that he played Caesar in War for the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, he's been in several of the Planet of the Apes movies.
And he's King Kong.
Yep.
I didn't know that either.
I'm a huge fan of him. Like, he, you know, a lot of people do, you know, little tangent here, sorry, but, you know, a lot of people do not realize that, you know, he, you know, everybody thinks that he just does these voice acting, but he's an amazing motion, you know, capture actor. Yeah. Like, the equipment he has to wear when he's performing, you know, and I mean, he's even, in one of the latest Star Warses, he's the Supreme Leader or something. Snoke. Yeah. I mean, you know, he's wonderful, and it's funny when you watch a movie where you see him as himself, and it's like, I mean, I love it, but it's like, come on, give me some motion capture. Come on, you know, be my Andy Serkis. So
it really
you know,
is hard to not see Smeagol in every movie he plays.
Yeah, I mean, he's so talented.
He's unique and he's good.
There's a good comment in the chat by Rick. Every platform is connected to Google. Just keep in mind how much money is involved.
Yes,
that is the problem. Yep. And that's what it comes down to. Getting back to the point in question, that's why there's such a divide, because I remember when I was young, and this is gonna, I mean, I'm only 42, but this is gonna make me sound like a really old crotchety old man. But I remember that if I wanted to ring my dad back when I was young, I'd have to use the house phone. If I wanted to ring my friends, I had to use the house phone. If I wanted to send what my version of email was, I had to write a letter to my dad. And there's not that closeness of community anymore either. I mean, in this community, it's different. Where
Yeah.
you know,
No, I know what you mean, because there's a great fear that goes in with that when you have such a divide like this, because you're kind of in that mode of, do I push the envelope and maybe step on somebody's toes, and there's that timidness that comes into play with it as well. And then you have the aggressor side of this, and that's of course the people that say, I want full control of my narrative and in protecting what it is that might be, whether it be greed, power, money, whatever. And like you were saying, that's one of the biggest problems we're having right now, especially when it comes to social media. And of course, YouTube and Google are one and the same. Google being one of the biggest conglomerates when it comes to internet-related activity. So
there's good and the way you can look at it is there's good and bad in everything. There's
absolutely
there's good and bad on Facebook. There's good and bad on YouTube. We've all seen it with Ryan Upchuck, so to speak. And then there's good and bad on Twitter. There's good and bad on all social media, but it pulls us apart as a community, because some of the things that are, even talking about this is divisive in a way, but there are more divisive things on these platforms these days because of money. It's sad. Kerry's got her hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're going to switch gears for just a second. I'm going to get into the chat here in a second as well. Kerry, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to touch, just a few sentences on a few things and see what you guys think of this stuff.
Yeah.
So, number one, kids are now growing up on the internet, which in my opinion is nothing like what we had to deal with. I've seen online that these kids having phones where these kids, of all ages, are recording other children without their knowledge. And
without their knowledge, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. Also, kids being stalked, harassed, etc., all because they're posting family pics and info about themselves, which is completely an innocent thing to do in their eyes for these kids. But you got these predators that are just watching, waiting for their chance to so-called pounce on these kids. And then also with Twitter, you can be kicked off for saying or writing something that isn't hurtful nor harmful, yet there's porn all over Twitter.
Yeah.
Yet nothing is being done to the ones that want to show every bit of their bodies and goodies.
Well,
this happened to me 2 months ago. An AH stan reported me for saying a comment that I just happened to repeat from Steph the Elfer nerd about a cactus and chili, and it was lighthearted.
Her favorite saying.
Yeah.
Right.
And so it was lighthearted. I was not being mean. I was making a point. But then I was reported for self-harm right after I posted it. It said what I was reported for. So meaning I was saying things like, okay, I'm gonna, do this bad thing.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting point you bring up, Carrie, because a lot of the communities out there, when it comes to YouTube especially, because there's an algorithm that goes out there too that does what we call an automatic context detection of what you type inside these chats. So one of them, if somebody does report this, for example, and Lisa, I know I got your hand up, I'll get to you just a second. But so you got all of these contextual comments that are taking place when you have somebody that raises a flag and saying, "Hey, I want to report this person," and that could be right out of just pure hatred or whatever the case is, and then there's that divide because somebody has an opinion on something, and then there's the other person that says, "Well, my opinion's greater," or "That's insulting to me." But again, there's that, where is it that we can agree to disagree on something? That isn't taking place within these communities when that happens. And that's where I think, in a way, YouTube or other, you have all, social media conglomerates are actually increasing the sensitivity to this. So, Lisa, go ahead.
Sorry. So kind of along with what Carrie was saying, it's not just children who are victims of being recorded.
This is true.
It's adults too.
No.
Yeah.
And
this is true.
This is something, and I'm okay with it because I've done my things and stuff like that. But, this is what she said. And I know you don't know, and that's okay. But that was a trigger for me, what you just talked about, because there are also adults who are victims of being recorded.
Yes.
And, it's, or stealing people's photos, and things like that. There are people who do these things, and those people, everybody needs to be protected from them. Everybody does.
Yep.
And anybody who does
Absolutely.
things like that needs to be held accountable for what they've done.
That,
So-
and I'll even capitalize on that
And I
because
did
regulation is actually something that needs to take place for this. Regulation has to take place. And the reason why, and PC Tech kind of elaborated on this as well, we have all of these conglomerates of social media not regulating the sensitivity of these behaviors. What it's allowing is continued increased sensitivity because of their own greed or whatever that is that they wish to control. Because if they get regulated, they lose control of that, and that wealth type variant that's coming in. So again, going back to the whole Facebook thing, right? So I think that's a really good point that you bring up, Lisa. And I think also that regulation is one of the biggest things that a lot of people are sensitive about. When you got people that are on the wealth side and you got the people that are on the sensitive side that needs it for protection. There has to be an agreement that takes place, especially on the legislative side, to make this happen. And that's not happening. And I think that's one of our biggest issues. I'm going to go to the comments real quick and chat because I've been trying to go, and I'll get right back to you, Carrie, in just a second. Temp, I'm seeing, of course, you making some comments there. Of course, you're going to go ahead and later on also make a video. Appreciate that, brother, with Paige based on some of the divides that are taking place in our communities. Really appreciate it. This is a very sensitive and important topic to discuss. So thank you for that. A lot of other, of course, kids getting on social media and with the devices that they're getting at a very young age. And again, it goes back to parenting. I'll get back to that in just a second. Also, I'm seeing the platforms, a lot of platforms, like we were saying, is connected to Google. Thank you for that. So thank you guys, Rick, Vaughn, Debbie, all of you guys, Shock, Jill, Lisa, of course. Thank you, Rick, and some great feedback there. So go ahead, Carrie.
I just wanted to say, Lisa, I never meant to trigger you, honey.
It's fine.
And
Fine.
the only reason I brought the kids up was because of my first statement, which was how we're growing up on the internet and we didn't have to. So that I kind of try to make my points and make them really tiny. I had 4, and that was the only reason. I do not agree, like you said, with it being adults to adults either. It's wrong, and it needs to stop. It does.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
But when is someone going to take accountability for this?
Again, that goes back to regulation, because if we don't have some sort of accountability one of it's by the law. If we can't get the laws in place in order to then enforce them, then how are we to hold somebody accountable? So there are laws that are in place, but internet's such a gray area that is not very regulated right now. So this is a very big problem. Go ahead, PC Tech.
There used to be, I mean, it's probably been the same for everyone on the panel. When we were growing up, we were taught to respect our parents, our elders, our grandparents, our aunts, our uncles, our family, our friends, and that's the moral compass I go by. But when you come into the internet, like you said, Zaiden, it's a grey area, because somebody may think their opinion is more worthwhile than somebody else, or somebody may have a statement they want to make, and they don't want to hear anybody's opinion on that statement. I came across it a lot during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. I've said this before on stream. I believe Johnny Depp from the very get-go, because and purely because of watching YouTube videos of him going around the hospitals entertaining kids, and my point on that was, a narcissist wouldn't be able to do that. And I said this to a number of my friends, and they would say, well, how do you know? You don't know him personally. And it started, but there's not that connection where we can agree to disagree anymore. And that's why the divide is getting bigger, because back when we were all younger, there was that thing of we agreed to disagree. Somebody didn't, to put it in a WWE context, I was a massive Bret the Hitman Hart fan.
Right.
A lot of my friends were Stone Cold Steve Austin, and we agreed to disagree, and we loved watching the matches between Bret the Hitman Hart and Stone Cold, and that's disappeared with this social media age, and that's what's made the divide bigger.
That's so true. It is so true.
And getting to your point, Zaiden, how do we bring it back to where we can agree to disagree? We've covered this a little on Temp and Paige before, and it comes down to, I think the social media companies need to take accountability for what their users are doing, and that would mean regulation. And we have Gina in the house.
Yeah, Wonder Wife just got home not too long ago. Everybody give her a warm welcome to the channel.
I made it. Hi, everybody.
She just got home from...
I'm so sorry for my injustice.
Your what? Your injustice?
Yes. I was trying to close out stuff at the church, but I was still trying to watch and chat, and I wanted to respond to her, thinking I accidentally blocked her, timed her out, Yvonne. So I'm sorry for my injustice.
Oh. I saw that, yeah.
But I think they got her back on. I don't know if it, the timeout worked, or Temp put her back on, or someone caught it. So thank you guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out, how to get you in here.
Yeah.
As well. Oh, here, maybe I got it. Here we go. I got you. There you are. There you are.
Yay!
Got me.
But
oh.
Hold on, I'm moving around here.
Yay!
Yay! There we go. So I like how you kind of pivoted a little bit with the wrestling side of things, PC Tech, because when we get to the media side of things, like you said, that could really involve a lot of things. But go ahead. I'm sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, that's what's making the divide even bigger. We backing up. This is gonna make me sound really old, and I'm only 42. But back when we were younger, we were given morals by our parents. That seems to have been lost during the social media age, and whether it's not enough understanding from parents about social media or what is happening, I don't know. I can't comment on that. But the thing is, you've got these big corporations that run these social media platforms, and all the time it just seems to be they want money, and they don't care who they hurt to get it. Because, for example, I've seen channels that I used to watch be struck down by YouTube for nothing. They've just been spam bot reported because somebody doesn't like their opinion. And the divide will never close unless we can find that middle ground to agree to disagree again. I mean,
Exactly.
I've had arguments with family members, but then we've come to the conclusion, okay, you have your opinion, I have mine, we'll agree to disagree on it. There's things that I've had conversations with my father about that we've agreed to disagree. It doesn't mean that we fall out and we're not family anymore,
Yeah.
But when it comes to the internet, as soon as you put any type of opinion out there, there will be 100 other people that will come on and go, no, you're wrong.
Yep.
Or, for example, here's another nerdy example. Critical Role, D&D. They were getting spammed in their chat saying, you're playing it wrong. And Matthew Mercer had to literally open up the Dungeon Master's Guide, where there's a sentence in there that says, it's okay to break the rules.
Oh, man. I actually had to go in there and say that for the sake of saving his YouTube stream.
Yes. Because
that
people
is so sad.
It's like, just to get off topic a little bit, when I do this D&D campaign, there will be some custom rules. But every D&D campaign that people play is different. And they play it differently. Some people are sticklers for the rules. But again, this is the thing. The divide will never close unless we can get to that point of we need to get back to the point of agreeing to disagree again. Because if we don't, we're just going to go down a very slippery slope. And unfortunately, the age of social media has caused the divide to be quite wide, so to speak.
Yep. And that's a huge source of what we're dealing with today. Now, of course, social media is a big part to play in this, right? So now there is things such as schools. Now, schools is also a part of this. When I say this, is there are teachers that are not educated enough to handle certain things like technology and social media when dealing with cyberbullying. The signs, and that's another thing I would like to emphasize that is needed, is the education for parents, for one, to understand, right? But also teachers, if they're not understanding the concepts of what the cyberbullying is, or recognizing the signs, then there needs to be some sort of intervention or some sort of a provision or to provide that education for those teachers in classroom settings. Because really, peer-to-peer pressure is a huge problem when it comes to social media, and then it's in the classroom.
Yeah.
So, and I know Paige can relate to some of this, or at least has an opinion on this. Now, I'm looking forward to obviously Temp and Paige's stream later on in their video or whatever. But yes, I really think there's an important point to play here when it comes to social media and also school in the classroom. There is a peer-to-peer relationship that takes place in both realms. So are we regulating it, and are we actually seeing the signs of cyberbullying within the classroom? I think that education piece is very important, especially for teachers and as well as parents. What do you guys think?
I agree with that, Zaiden. I think that if there's a way, I mean,
You gotta go.
Yeah, I have to hop off. So everybody just
Understood.
Have a nice day and take care. Okay. All right.
All right,
okay,
Lisa.
All right.
Bye.
God bless.
Bye.
Have a great day.
Being here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye bye.
bye. But
Yeah,
yeah,
as you
I
can
think.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Zaiden. Go on.
No, as I said before, and just another quick warning to those who are just joining in. A lot of the content we're talking about right now is like we do every Saturday, very sensitive information. So if you feel like a lot of this is something that's triggered to a point where it's too sensitive for you to hear, we're not going to blame you for having to leave or whatever the case is. But if we want to participate, obviously, in this conversation, by all means, you're most welcome. I'm not saying that's why Lisa left. I'm just saying that in general for everybody. So just an FYI, it just dawned on me to remind everybody about that. So anyways.
Yeah. I mean, I think the point that you hit the nail on the head, Zaiden, is the fact that the education is lacking of the dangers of social media. And there could, but on the other hand, teachers may not understand it either. So they're going to have to be educated as well. And if there is a way that it can be brought into a classroom setting so that kids especially can be taught about the dangers, then all the power to them. And I think this will come in, well, hopefully it will come in during regulation. When regulation finally hits. But at the moment, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, they're all piling money to fight the regulation.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. And that's the other thing too, is you need the regulation, right? The thing is getting the legislation, or I should say your political leaders, to get on agreement or on board with that legislation and come to an agreement. And that goes into that part of the divide. If we can get two sides to come together to make an agreement for our children to protect them, I think that is probably one of the biggest agreements, whether you like it or not, to come to help protect these individuals, these children, especially. So California made and this is one of the things I think I agree with California, regarding their legislation towards this. So it's a step in the right direction. Now, I think everybody else in every other state should also follow suit and be able to regulate how children receive content and what is permissible and not as permissible via social media. I agree with
definitely.
that.
Because from my understanding of the way US lawmaking works, it starts at the at the state level, and then it goes to the federal level. Am I correct in that assumption?
It is, and it's two steps, right? So there's the legislation that takes place in the state. Now there's also legislation that gets submitted by the state to federal and to be put on the floor for lobbying and to become a bill. So the representatives that come from the state.
Does it ever go the other way? Does it ever go from federal to state level?
It does, absolutely.
So
state technically ranks over federal in some areas. So so absolutely.
I think if regulation is to come in, I think it should start at the federal level and be the same at the state level, and then it be brought into law within the states
equilaterally across the board. I 100% agree with that. Yep.
Because then it will be a safeguard to stopping not only the divide getting bigger in a sense, and it will stop online harassment, bullying. I mean, there was a case here that was covered by the Black Belt Barrister
Yes.
of a BBC reporter who has just been jailed for 5.5 years for online stalking his former colleagues and harassing them. And I'm not joking. That the stuff that he did almost drove one of them to suicide.
So you draw on a sensitive topic there, which is actually important, because of that very sensitivity is where our divide's coming into play. When you have something you're so passionate about, and then of course the negative side of this comes back and then it negatively affects people. I 100% agree with that. I think really the regulation side needs to take place, and I think this needs to happen almost in every country. If I'm being frank,
there was a bill proposed by the European Union for age restricting social media access, but the way parents are these days, especially in some places in the UK and possibly Europe, they leave their kids to their own devices, and kids know how to fudge their birthday, so they'll still get on there. But does that mean then that the parents are then responsible for their child's actions? That's where you've also got to be careful.
Yep.
Because I didn't realize. Again, this is something I wasn't aware of, because I'm not from the US. I don't live in the US. I didn't realize the reason why the kids in the Kylie Rodney case who were at the party were keeping quiet is because their parents could be sued.
See, this is okay. This goes right into the next part of this divide topic, because now you have parents and children coming to a point of a division almost in itself, because the parents are not taking accountability with their children. When their children are doing things that are not right, their parents are going on board to, in a sense, support the behavior by saying, don't talk about it. Let's not get caught. Let's keep our hands, even though dirty of all this, invisible. And what happens here is that creates a desensitization of accountability within children when you're not holding your children accountable for their actions. So I'm sorry to say, I'm not sorry to say it, because really, if you don't hold your children accountable to what they do, then it just makes it more okay for them to pursue more negative or a certain behavior that's not really appropriate. And some of us, of course, speculated that that is a high drug trafficking area. And because the parents said hush hush, now we have kids saying this is okay. I think this is a huge problem.
Yeah, it is.
That goes along with social media. That goes along with just about everything else. Are the parents out there being accountable for your children? Are you holding your children accountable to their actions? Are you teaching them the right morals and things that they need to learn in order to be included in society, to be able to, again, agree to disagree? You're in a situation where you're teaching your kids, okay, it is okay to break the law, hide whatever that, and don't tell anybody. And of course, it's teaching them to, attack somebody if they're telling you, hey, you did this. Like, don't say anything. I can't say anything because my dad said not to, or my mom or my parental guardian said not to talk about this. And then it teaches them to be defensive about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, right? So I'm a huge advocate of a parent being accountable with and for their children. So I think that's huge.
So Debbie is saying, a lot of parents work and full-time nowadays and aren't home when their children get home from school.
This is a good point, Debbie.
So they can't be there for their kids. And you could definitely relate to this on what age you were, I guess, when my mom went to work, and if she was able or not able to, go to the school and be on the PTA board and really be involved. I know my mom wasn't, because they worked full time.
Yeah, it's the same with my mum, but I did do things as a kid that I don't want my mum finding out about. I think we all did, because it would give us that sort of, oh, look at me, I'm misbehaving sort of vibe. But
yeah,
but I do understand that it's not all parents, in the sense that there are a lot of parents that work full time. Some work 2-3 jobs, so they can't always be there when their kids get home.
So I'll elaborate a little bit on. I mean, this is a great point, and thank you, Shelley, for bringing this up, or Debbie, sorry, because a lot of us are now in an environment where we have 2 working class parents just to make bills. And some of them with 2 jobs, and the other parental guardian is 1 job, or both of them working 2 jobs, because you got to pay for all the child care that goes with this. So now that responsibility is falling more onto the child care aspect as well as your teachers. And it's tough. It's a tough balance, right? So this is a very big epidemic when it comes to holding your children accountable. Yes, parents should be holding their children accountable, but can they if they're not there to hold them accountable? So it's really a tough situation. And that's where a big divide also takes place, especially in the political arena when it comes to fair wages. So you have a situation where it used to be 20 years ago where you can have, 1 job full time that would support the family. Now you have a family that has at least 2 jobs trying to make bills, living paycheck to paycheck. And I think that's very sad in a family environment, especially for your kids. You're trying to raise your kids in a positive environment, but you can't be there for them because you need to make money to pay the bills, aka putting them in childcare services. Then you have to trust that childcare service to teach your kids appropriately when it comes to education as well as social activities. And that is another divide that takes place because some of these childcare services, and it's been in the news here almost everywhere in every state and maybe even around the country, where there's been a lot of controversy in that area when it comes to social media or other social types of bullying or any other kind of things that accountability is not taking place. So there's so much there that we can work on as a country, as a community, globally, to improve upon. I really think there's an injustice here when it comes to especially equal fair wages, for one. And again, going back to my original comment, are we educating these individuals to know how to handle things like social media, things for these children, and cyberbullying, and of course into the classrooms or childcare services? I think you hit a strong point here.
Yeah,
what do you guys think?
Absolutely.
Definitely is. I mean, here in the UK at the moment, I think it might be same in the United States. People want to have a living wage. They want to have a wage where they can, because apparently there's this energy crisis, which in my opinion is being done by the energy companies here in the UK because they're scared of losing their market share. So everybody's cost of living bills here are going up. But the minimum wage we have here in the UK is £9.70, I believe, or close to that. I don't know what the conversion rate is for dollars, but and there are families who have parents who both work jobs, or even 2 jobs, 3 jobs. and it definitely comes, like you said, Zaiden, it definitely comes down to education. But I also think if the politicians could get around to agreeing, to a living wage, whether that be state to state in the US, whether that be a living wage here in the UK, if parents had a living wage, then we could probably lessen that divide. And it would, because my mum used to work full time. She would work 30 to 40 hours a week. As I got older, she started working nights. And the reason why she did that was because on nights she got paid more money.
Right.
Because it's, I don't know if you have something similar, but here in the UK it's called unreasonable working hours.
They call it differential here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, my mum's job now, where she works in the NHS as a theatre assistant, she left here. Well, I was on the call with you when she said she was going to work, Zaiden, and she left here at 7 o'clock. She won't be back until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
That's what she does on a night shift. But.
Those are like a 12-hour. Those are 12-hour shift swings, right? Like,
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she did a night. She does 2 nights and then has 3 days off.
Okay.
Because here, I don't know if it's the same in the US. Here, you can only work so many hours before you have to have days off.
Yep. It's pretty much close to this. The thing is, our federal laws on that is not really limited, but some state laws will say, it's typical to say 40-hour work week. And in that 40-hour work week, you work so many hours in a day before you're supposed to have like a lunch period, for example. Those are some standard regulations that most companies go by. But yeah, I see your point.
But this is the thing as well. I mean, there's a lot of things that I personally don't agree with companies in the US. Like here, women get maternity leave in some state. I don't know if it's all states, but in some states in the US they don't. Companies aren't obliged to pay it, and I think that's horrible because, and again, getting back on topic, if a living wage was paid, I believe, again, that would shrink the divide.
I think that would greatly improve, like you said, shrink the divide, if you will, with the pay gaps, for one, for parents to be able to raise their kids appropriately and make, and improve the accountability, if you will, for their children. So to give them the chance to do that, I think is very imperative. And again, I go back to the comment that was posted for that. So thank you. I forgot who it was that brought that up. So thank you.
It was Debbie, I think.
Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. So that's a very important point. Really, the two biggest things that we have that comes into the Great Divide is when it comes to agreeing to disagree. So obviously, we have to agree that a living wage, a fair living wage, is definitely needed, especially for parental income in a household if that has, children. That's number one. And then number two, the education side that takes place, like we were talking about, for parents and also the educators, teachers, childcare. If we can cover those two grounds, I honestly think that, like you said, would improve, or I should say shrink, like you had stated, that disadvantage for parents.
Yeah.
So great point. Great point.
Zaiden, I'm going to jump out for a quick second. I will be back.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you, PC Tech.
No worries.
All right.
And I think our fearless leader Temp is going to be jumping in shortly.
Yeah,
Just guy in the chat room.
I know he's kind of passionate about this too. So
Yeah.
also,
Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back shortly.
absolutely, doors open, man.
Okay, bye.
Absolutely, bye. So, as you can see, my lovely Gina sitting next to me, virtually. So yeah, we'll take a quick little breather here because that was a very big, important topic. We'll come back to it, obviously. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the chat for a moment, and I want to see you guys making some comments here, like how you feel about it. Obviously, we have the door open if you want to come in and do some live chat with us. I really am curious to see everybody's input regarding the agree to disagree topic. I will post also the link for the live video Zoom link.
Yeah, come join the Supreme Court.
It does kind of
here.
look like a courtroom in here, doesn't it? Like a child.
That's what we were saying in chat. Yeah.
A child care courtroom. That's kind of funny.
Right, with the background.
Like I just want to poke the tree leaves up there. See if they're...
Royal couple, Tim said.
Gotta have to change gears just for a moment and make some fun out of this, right? So I'm gonna climb the tree. You want to climb the tree with me? Want to climb the tree?
Oh, you know I love climbing those trees. Yeah.
How about you, Carrie? You want to come up here? Okay.
It's
Climb the
definitely
tree.
monkey growing up. Yeah.
We're monkeying around on the tree, everybody.
You can't see me.
Yeah, where are you?
He's a ninja. He's a ninja in the tree.
Ninja kitty.
How's everybody doing out there? Is everybody still awake with us? Still kicking it? Temp? Yeah, thanks, buddy. Trying to keep it real here on this stream. Very important topics, obviously. I'm looking forward to
You're doing
obviously.
a great job, Zaiden.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that.
You are.
Yeah, I'm trying to. That's what's great about this community. We back each other up, and that's not. I mean, we got great leadership here, right? Zaiden, Paige, Temp. I mean, PC Tech's helping out. We got Michael Nothing helping out with tech stuff. I mean, this whole thing takes a lot of work. So great kudos and thank you to my wonderful wife Gina. Man, she's just been so inspirational for a lot of reasons, and it keeps me going too. So I have to give my kudos for her too. So thank you guys in the community for supporting each other as well. Without you out there supporting each other, this wouldn't happen. So
yeah, through the Linktree.
Well played.
Give that to Tip.
Well played segment. I like that. Don't forget about the Linktree.
That's yeah. Temp hinted that.
That was good. I have to admit that was good. That was really good. All right, so I'll punch out the links real quick anyway, since we're on that subject.
Yeah, I think I got it out there.
So I'll go ahead and post mine. I'll also post Temp's as well as Paige's. Wonderful
Temp's is in there.
people in this.
I think I put the right one for Temp.
In this community. Oh, thank you. There's Temp specifically, and I'll also put Pages in here too. There you go. So those are all of the link trees. Take a moment to visit them and also explore the community links in there as well. There's donation links for every one of us. So please obviously support us in that regard. If you want to keep us going, we will definitely be happy to keep going with you. So thank you for everything you guys do. And try not to make me cry. I appreciate that. Hard not to.
I would love it. There is gonna come a day where I do.
You guys.
You're like, oh.
Thank you, Tip. Yes, I'm honored to have this wonder wife of mine, Loopy Miracle, also named as Gina. So again, it's kind of like an intermission. I'll call it an intermission. How's that? Just want to talk to you guys out there in the community and kind of see what's out. I got some interesting comments going on, so I'll go through them here. Thank you for your support, guys. I really appreciate you. He's read enough. Thank you, Rick. Stick me on a sandwich and call me a tomato. All the hearts. You know what? Let's see. For this community, everybody throw some hearts in the chat. Just go ahead and throw them in there. I want to see some hearts. Throw the love in there. I'd love to see just everybody supporting each other. Why not throw some hearts out there? Hearts for Temp, Paige, not just us, but for everybody that's involved in this community.
Yeah.
Deserves the love. Really, they do. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that happens too, that really keeps this thing going. So lots of hearts out there. Let's see them. I want to see a lot of hearts out there. Yay, Jill, thank you for those hearts. Oh, a wonderful loopy miracle. Rick, thank you. All these hearts are about the same color as my face. Yes. Miss Luck, thank you. Oh man, thank you, Temp. Look at that. So this is so amazing. What a great community. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate that. Lisa, thank you. Thank you for your love.
Is that better, Zaiden?
That's fantastic.
Okay.
Who knows? I might get purple shade. If that happens, Gina may have to resuscitate me. Lisa Boo, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jill. Appreciate you too. Lisa Boo with some more hearts. Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Gina say a few words if she wants to. I have to take a quick 1-minute break. I think y'all may know why. I don't need to go into details. So I'll be right back. So stay tuned.
So I don't know how I'm getting this energy, what energy in me, just God's strength to keep me still awake. And actually jumped on here. I didn't even get to let him know that I was able to get out of the service. And the conference wasn't completely over, but we pretty much had everything as straightened as possible. So I was like, okay, I've been here since 6 this morning. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out. So it is now 5 o'clock here. Yeah, I put good and almost the 12 hours there and then the whole week, but normally I can't do that, and I'll get emotional if I start to talk about it because I have too many days where I'm sitting on the couch or can't get out of bed. So when I'm given the strength, the energy, and not the excruciating pain that I can be mobile and not be on a scooter or not be limping, and I actually walked I think over 1,200 steps today. Oh, or no 11,511 steps today. So I'm sorry, I praise God. So that's me sharing a little more deeper about myself and my heart. But
that's awesome, Gina.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I overheard that. That's pretty cool. Testimony right there. Give her some credit, y'all. I mean, this woman, I'm gonna tell you, no sleep. She had no sleep. None. Zilch. Nada. And then she gets, she set her alarm for, 4:20.
Yeah.
So, but she was up anyway, but so she's working on no sleep, you guys, and of course I'm only on a couple hours myself. But the thing is, it's again testimony to our spirit, our love for community and others, and I think that's one of the things we strive on. That's the most important, is to make sure our involvement in the community takes a precedence. Now obviously we have to take care of ourselves in order to do that, but we always know that when it comes to the weekend like this, I think this is a very important thing to do, is get in the community and then get together like this and be able to share our hearts and get involved out there. Like I said, this whole past week was a huge deal with the Brave conference, Brave Women's Conference, which
it's their annual conference.
I thought that was I know it was a very important conference for a lot of women out there. So, and now this goes to the next part of our divide, and this can be a little sensitive for some too. But me and Gina, obviously, we get along, but we also have a lot of agree to disagree moments, and we're respectful of that. So when it comes to the whole women from Venus, men from Mars thing, there's another thing. Can we come to, as a community, between genders, for example, to agree to disagree? So that's another sensitive topic I know some of you are, think about out there, like, and especially when it comes to relationships. So when it comes to that relationship building, and this could also be friends, right? It doesn't mean you have to, it's a marriage or something. It could be also just friendships. When you're coming together and you have a disagreement about something that you're passionate about, are you knowing where to set the boundaries of, I need to just say I agree to disagree? Or are you going to the point where you think your point is actually always correct, and then the other person's point is not valued? So that is actually a very important topic, because there is so much of that out there. And that translates into everything else. Social media, our children, and, parents that have these arguments in front of their kids and they think this is normal. So again, it comes back to the, are we agreeing to disagree moment? So I'm kind of curious to what everybody has to say in the chat for that. What do you think, Carrie?
In my opinion,
and this is just for, all across the board, friendships, relationships, it doesn't matter. Or it could be just, somebody. What do you think?
I think it should go both ways, for people that you know and people that you don't. I mean,
Sure.
I was taught to be respectful, and it seems like I can, for most part, agree to disagree. That's why I never bring up religion or politics, because it seems like and I'm not speaking to anyone in this community. I'm talking about other people that I've talked to before, and they can't seem to, see the other side of the coin.
Right.
And I think it's really important, and it blows me away, because I'm wondering, to me, it's common sense. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is,
are we listening to each other?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I
And
think
we're not. We're
yeah.
not.
I agree.
And-
100% agree.
like, I just think, you know, I talk to adults, but they definitely do not act like it. And it boggles my mind. For example, a few days ago, I saw something on the Queen, and there was a bunch of things in chat. So this was on a different website. No one from our community was there, and I asked to help me out. And I said, if you're going to reply, please be respectful. So I got a few comments, and it was great. I now see what everyone is talking about this MM person. But there just happened to be 2 out of 10 comments that just had to rip me apart. All because I asked the question.
So they weren't really listening to what you were saying in this question?
No. What they said had nothing to do with what I was, help me understand, because I'm uneducated in this part.
Right. That's an honest question.
Right. Like, I was nice about it. Like,
Sure.
And
I
actually replied back to one of the ones that helped me understand. And I wrote him back and I said, thank you very much for 1, being respectful, 2, for helping me understand, giving me facts. He even wrote back and said, thank you. He's like, I'm glad you didn't take it the wrong way. And I wrote back and I said, of course not. I said, I actually agree with 99.9% with what you're saying. And it was wonderful. We agreed. And that's all I was looking for. And
see how interesting that is when somebody listens to each other, when you're listening to each other and then come to an understanding, whether it's an agreement or you're not agreeing specifically, but you're at least agreeing to disagree. And this is a good example that you make. So very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, we actually talked back and forth a little bit, and he actually apologized for the ones that, ripped me to shreds. And I mean, I made, like, okay, so I wasn't following along. My bad, I now understand what this woman is all about. I have my opinion on her, and it's not a good one. People sent me links, everything. It was wonderful. They listened to me, and they were respectful. That's all I asked. And like I said,
I like that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying 8 out of 10 of them listened, and they were respectful. And I wrote them all back. I said, thank you for educating me. And I said, thank you for being respectful. I said, I appreciate you replying to me, because I know you didn't have to. And I said, thanks.
That's a wonderful example you bring. So this is, look everybody. So when you have a situation where people are actually agreeing, whether they're not in full agreement or they are, this is a great example of what it looks like, what it should look like when it comes to that point. and a conversation. What our biggest problem we're having is where we have an opinion or we have a question in this regard because we want to understand more. I've also experienced this where I went to ask a question about something and then there's a counter statement that says, you know, are you really that dull? Or, you know, that kind of statement, you know, that is like, really, dude. Okay. First of all, not all of us are 100% educated in everything. So
Exactly.
that's kind of something we have to come to an understanding with. Not everybody knows everything or that what you know, right? So what you think is something that's common sense doesn't mean it's common sense for somebody else. So we have to come to that agreement, and especially when it comes to cultural differences, age gap differences, whether the knowledge of technology is something that may be impacting that divide. There's so many factors here, and even gender differences, right? So there may be something that the other side may know more about versus what this other side might know. It's the point of coming to an understanding to know that, hey, this person may not know something. I may want to help them if they have a question about it. Not say, really, is this person that dull because it's so common sense to you? That's really kind of more of selfish thinking, because if you think about it, you're sitting there providing your own information saying, okay, I know better, I know all this, but you don't. Why? Because they don't. It's that simple. They don't.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Great point.
So to correct this, come to an understanding that they don't. They are in a different position than you. They may have a different understanding of your education, your culture, your gender difference, your political view, your religious view. All of these apply. All of them. And this all comes back together to the agree to disagree topic that we started with. So, and I kind of lead into the whole, gender part of things, because there's these relationships that, or friendships that take place that, a lot, and there's a lot of sensitivity that takes place as well. And that's general communication out there, whether you're going to a restaurant or a bus stop or wherever it is that you're going, just by simply saying hello, you look wonderful, I hope you're having a good day. And there's a lot of weird retaliation on whatever other side of the gender role here, where it's becoming more sensitive to some sort of sexual assault kind of situation. Again, I did post the warning ahead of time before saying that statement, but I want to point out that there is a sensitivity to these different roles between each other, where now it's becoming increasingly difficult to create a simple conversation with somebody. We are having problems just saying hello to each other. We're having trouble saying, I hope you're having a great day. You look like you have a great smile. There's so many things that we are having trouble saying, because now there's a legal issue that takes place on the sensitivity side.
Is it friendly or is it flirtatious? Exactly.
And there's where it's oversensitive in most regards. Now, this, on the other side of the coin, now there was a point where we needed to create some sort of a safety net, but then that envelope got pushed a little further because the sensitivity increased so much, where now we're having a problem with communication in general. So I'm just kind of curious what your guys' thoughts on this are. What do you think, Gina?
I don't know, actually. I don't know how to respond to this.
So, in a Christian standpoint, right? What we view, community is the most important thing. We call the body of the church is all of the people in the church. That is our community. We reach out to those individuals Jenny, I'm bringing you in. Hold on a second, girl. Got you coming. Hold on. Doop. But yeah, so when it comes to our viewpoint, right? When it comes to community, we take it very seriously. We take it to a point where we think highly of everybody. We are sacrificial to that love, right? So it's harder for us in a way because we're very caring to other people. And then we have a sensitivity environment that we have to also kind of be aware of. So then again, of course, that goes back to the whole, can we at least agree to disagree, or at least make a statement of, all right, I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood for talking right now, or whatever. Boom, point made, right? So we can agree to disagree right there. Boom, done deal. So, I mean, there's so much controversy in that in general, just to say hello to someone.
But Debbie Wayne's made a comment. Nowadays, if you say something nice to someone, they automatically think you want something from them.
Yes.
What that brings up to my mind is, like, even when you're just going to the store or walking in anywhere, and how you doing? Okay. People just automatically just say, I'm good, or okay, or just keep it very simple, or just a nod or something. And I try to remind myself to respond more positive, whoever's asking, or ask them, and respond, I'm having a great day, and praise God, I'm here.
Right.
I will just, shout out something of joy, and people feel that, even if it's just 2 words, even it's how the tone that you use versus, okay. It makes a world of a difference sometimes in people's life. And people nowadays are even shocked that you may even ask, how's your day? And we just need more of that. And yeah, not to be taken the right way, but speak positively.
Right.
Yeah.
What's up, Jenny? Welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Hello.
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 Hey, Jen.
What
I've
is
missed, I've missed. Well, I've only just joined, so I've no idea what you've been chatting about.
Agree to disagree is the subject we're talking about in all kinds of different cultures, genders, whether it's social media. We started off with social media. We kind of are now at the gender, or I should say just society in general, but the sensitivity of just saying hello to somebody is becoming increasingly difficult.
Well, yeah. I mean, being of the older generation, I've seen more change over the years, and it's not good. I'm one of these that when in fact, when I was going out with a guy some years ago, we'd just do I'd go over and see him at the weekend, and we'd do a food shop, and I'd just start talking to people at the checkout, because at the end of the day, if you don't talk to somebody, then how are you supposed to get to know them?
And you made a very great point. Continue, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We were walking out the shop, and he stopped me about it and says, why are you chatting to them? And I looked at him, gone out. I think my jaw hit the floor, and I was quite surprised for him to say something like that. And I said, well, how do you... Well, you just talk to anybody. You just talk to anybody. And I said, well, is there a law against that? I said, it's out of courtesy, and it's just general chit chat. With these ladies are on the till all day. I mean, how disheartening is it for them if nobody even said hello to them?
You know,
I what he said to me just didn't compute, and I mean, if I think about it now, I don't think he was as extrovert as I was. I mean, I'd talk to anybody.
right?
You know, it makes no difference to me. But I must admit, I've always had a more positive response from males when I've got chatting to them.
This is all good points, because here's
Yeah,
a
well,
good. I mean, you
for
make a good
me-
point.
For me, I was a good-looking gal when I was younger. If I put my face on now, you know, I look half decent.
And you're still flexible as ever.
Well, not that much, I must admit. Not lately.
You can play that lead guitar like nobody else. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
So,
yeah, I've got that, I
kudos.
suppose. But I'm not hearing you very well, actually. Is it me? Or have
No,
you
it
done
could be me not
something?
next to my mic. How about now? Am I? Can
I'll
you
just
hear
turn
me?
turn my volume up a bit. I don't know. I've just always found I can relate better. Well, not so much relate, but I can converse better with males than I can with women.
I'm hearing that a
Um,
lot lately.
There seems to be some jealousy aspect, and I've never been able to pinpoint as to why.
See, that's
that
not a
makes
field I'm an
sense.
expert in, obviously. So I'm kind of curious on your take on this. So yeah, obviously this is a common thing where women having disagreements with women like this on that level, which you said, I think jealousy was one of the things.
I'm just throwing it out there as because I've never, after all these years, I've never really been able to pinpoint. But I've just one of these, whether it's because I'm happy to talk about anything.
Right, Ginger
I mean,
is
even
leaving.
to-
See, Ginger, have a good day. I know you're heading out.
Bye,
Sorry.
Ginger. You know, even with men, I'll
See you
talk
next
about
time.
you know, women's issues and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, it's part of life, and you know, periods and menopause and this and that. It's part of life.
Right.
It shouldn't be taboo to talk about things like that. But I find if I'm having a laugh about it with men, they join in. But a lot of women, if you talk about certain things, they just seem so old-fashioned about it. Oh no, that's you can't talk about this, can't talk about that. I don't know what it is though.
Like maybe extra sensitivity to certain language that that women talk to each other with. I mean, that's what I'm gathering, because a lot of the input I'm receiving is something along that line, which is
I
strange.
don't know. I've just whether it's. I find as well that men are more receptible to my sense of humour than women. I don't know.
It's a really interesting point you bring up.
Maybe men just like weirdos like me. I can't put my finger on it. I've never been able to do that.
Well, you're lucky, Jen. We got a community full of weirdos and randos out here. So
I'm an exceptional weirdo.
you found the right choice of community. Welcome.
I don't know. I just don't know.
So I'll throw this in there. You made a good point, because when we get to that level of not being able to open up and communicate to somebody, right? And whether it's, you know, any kind of restaurant or bar, whatever everybody's choosing to do to, you know, join the community and try to get out there. It used to be where you could go out and have fun and talk to people. But because the sensitivity of our communities out there, it's forcing a lot of us to just say, screw it, we're going to stay home and just, I don't know, maybe invite a friend over or go to TV or spend some time on YouTube or whatever.
Well, it's got to the point now where you can't
we're
say
such
boo
introverts now.
And you're treading on eggshells because you're so
Yes.
scared of saying the wrong thing.
Yes, that you hit the nail on the head. We are that is so true on a lot of different levels. We feel like we're walking on eggshells when we enter a situation almost all the time, and therefore we withdraw ourselves to more of that introverted lifestyle because we fear it. We're in the state of fear of not communicating with people now. It's because of that sensitivity that we've now, as a society, have somehow accepted. I just don't get it. Sorry, Carrie, I see you raising your hand. Go ahead.
I just want to touch on what Jenny said. I mean, I had a bunch of girls as friends growing up, but it seemed like I got along with the guys better.
Yeah.
It just seemed like maybe it's cultural, maybe it's because of where you live. I don't know. But
No, I did feel that jealousy and competitiveness with
and I'm
lot
like, why?
female
Like,
friends.
why?
Yeah, and I never made a big deal out of it, but then looking back, I'm like, really? They just.
But like when I would talk to my guy friends, I never had any problems. You know?
Same. So it's not just me then. Here's me thinking I'm a complete freak, but
No, not at all, honey. Because that was me growing up. I couldn't handle a lot of the girls' attitudes and
or the
like, the way
clicks
they
and
talk.
yeah.
That takes me back to when I was at school. There were always groups of girls, the cliques, but I was never part of any clique. And
you hit a good one there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just hang. There was a couple of nerds. I would sometimes hang with. I never seemed to feel that I fit in with anyone there. I always actually felt older in years, and I realised that when a very, very sexy teacher, and we kept in touch after school, but when I finished school, but we didn't do anything. He came up to me one day because I was
I'm hoping we're talking about legal age, because then now we're going to be crossing some things on YouTube that might be a little sensitive.
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
He'd been watching me for some time, apparently, and because you always, at playtime, there would always have to be a teacher out there to supervise, and he sort of took me aside. I mean, it sort of this was in later years, probably when I was 17, 18 or something like that. He'd pick me up from work sometimes, drop me home, and we'd just have a chat. And he said, you always acted more mature than the others. Like, I never saw you hang out with a clique. When the bell went, all the kids would just dash into school, but I would always walk. And he said, you just seem, more mature than the others. But I always felt intimidated by some of the cliques because they were, the low self-esteem and lack of confidence, which you get through, your teenage years. I used to be envious of the good-looking girls, that had the beautiful hair and and that I just genuinely thought were gorgeous. The thing is that they sort of knew it. So
they flaunted it.
Yeah,
Right.
they did in a big way, which I didn't like.
Which was more like a flaunt to intimidate, maybe as a status.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
They were very, very arrogant and bitchy, and I love myself. But I still, I was still intimidated by that, probably because they were popular and I didn't feel that way, which probably had a big part in knocking my self-confidence.
You bring up another interesting point, because this actually goes right into adulthood. Cliques are there even in adulthood, whether it's in churches, workplaces.
That's what I was thinking.
Wherever, right? So we have the same problem.
Yeah, I do think sort of confidence and self-esteem issues do show themselves through your school years. I think they're more prominent as to how you feel about yourself, because obviously there's peer pressure, even more so in America. I see so many, because there's correct me if I'm wrong, but I do see a lot of it, that parents seem to they want to be proud of their children, and a lot of the kids are almost pushed, especially the well-to-do ones, pushed into things that they don't really want to do.
You're hitting another side of this that actually I do want to talk about.
To make the parents look good rather than the children, if you see what I mean. It's like, they go to the big fancy parties and my little one's in Yale now, and they're going to be a lawyer, and they're going to be this, and they're going to be that. And from sort of on the sidelines looking at different documentaries and fiction films create the same scenario. I think there's a lot of truth in that.
Yes.
But correct me if I'm wrong.
So here's what I'm going to say to that. If you notice, and I grew up in this type of community, by the way, which was heavily political. When I say political, that also equates to cliques. And when I say that is, are you in our clique, our name, our group, our belief system? If you do not follow this group, you're not welcome. And what happens is these parents that are in these cliques are teaching their children that same behavior.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's what happens especially in schools. They're getting taught this by these parents. And then they grow up learning, okay, I need to be in a clique to make it. And then hold a status quo. Exactly.
Yeah. Plus they're pressurized to do well at school.
The pressure that's another. Yep.
There's repercussions if you don't. I'm only going on, as I say, I don't know real life over there, but I do tend to sort of home in on certain things, especially maybe if I kind of experienced it myself sort of growing up. Certain things sort of stick out like a sore thumb when I see them, and then I take an interest in it, and I just...
And you can see that in people when you're in the office or wherever you're at. Sometimes you can pick up on, I bet you they were the prom queen, or I bet you, they were on the social committee or whatever. You pick up on those characteristics on their mannerisms as adults, and how they connect and click with people in the office, or how they try to kiss up to the boss, like being the pet teacher's pet.
Yeah, and I've experienced that. When I worked for a chartered surveyors, and they were just starting a new branch, and I was helping setting the whole thing up, even putting furniture together. And I worked my ass off there, and I needed help. So my two bosses brought a young girl in to sort of help me. But do you know she flaunted herself that much? And I had my nose pushed out of joint, as they say over here. She'd walk around with short skirts and stockings on, with the tops of the stockings showing. And that wasn't really the sort of attire that you wear in a professional office. And I resented her big time, because she was as thick as shit, as they say over here. Her work was sloppy. I ended up having to sort of walk behind her and redo everything, which was kind of defeating the issue. But she was the favourite little girl, and I resented her so much, because I'm not the sort of person to turn on, you know, the flaunting and the flirting and this and that in the workplace. I'm there to do a job, and I've always been diligent in every job that I had, and I actually ended up hating my job so much, and I was in tears every day before I went in, because she had long red hair, big chest, blah blah blah. But
you bring a good point, Jenny, because that's going to lead into our last part of the segment, which is the workplace divide.
They just took to it. Something else as well that I experienced, because in between full-time jobs, I'd have lots of temporary work. I experienced many times working for a woman, and every woman I had as a boss was a prize, power-crazy bitch. And the last one I worked for, I said, no way on hell will I ever work for a woman again. I don't know whether it's the scenario where it's a man's world, which it always will be, and it's difficult for a woman to get to a point of
I can tell you this much:
it
does depend on which area now of the world, because that actually has been statistically changing, getting to a different point. But yes, I mean, you make a valid point, Carrie. Sorry, you have a question. I don't want to miss you.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to touch like 2 seconds on a little of what Jenny said there. I was kind of the same way in school. I knew myself that I was way shorter than most of them in that school, and I come from a small place in Nova Scotia, so you can imagine like the talk and the blah blah blah, and
the small town kind of talk. That's where I came from too, by the way. I can relate to that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was never into gossiping, but I found that when people started to like me is when, like, you know, on the weekends we'd go partying. Then they'd get to see me for me. And it's like they changed their tune about me. So, you know, like, having a bully across the street from me wasn't the greatest. And she spent an awful lot of effort on me, I can tell you that.
Yeah. I had one like that too. Oh man, I hear you. Oh my god, I hear you.
Yeah, and like, people started to realize, okay, she's mine, and Carrie isn't like that. She's actually cool. Like, she's pretty cool to hang around with. And by the time I got to high school, I had no problem. You know?
Yeah.
But before high school, I wouldn't stand up for myself. But once I started to,
No, I
That
didn't.
was it. No one said nothing to me
So
because I
No, go
wasn't
ahead.
afraid to stand up into their face and defend myself.
I mean, that really comes to an interesting point, and I go back to the workplace side of this, but this applies in everything. When it comes to bullying, a lot of us have grown up in this environment, right? So obviously, we're looking at somebody in leadership standpoint, especially in workplaces, that have been notorious for bullying others because that's their version of leadership. They want to show their status of I am over everybody. And it's interesting that a lot of your leadership out there is still kind of in that bully mentality. It's my way or the highway. I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
They're not listening because they're in that same mentality. So again, you make a very good point here in the workplace, especially workplace when it comes to bullying too. And this comes to different levels too, not just leadership, but teamwork and multicultural differences as well as gender differences. There's always something going on within those, let's just say ranks, that applies to this. Now, of course, all comes down from where you learned it from, right? So back to school again. There's the stigma of, okay, parents forcing child to grow up and learn these things, like we were talking about earlier with Jen. This is the status quo you to grow up with, and we expect from you all this pressure, right? And sometimes, parental all of that, right? So now you're back in the workplace here. All of these things that you learn. And from a leadership standpoint, we're still dealing with this as we did back in school. We are at a point where we're still at a divide, whether if it's a woman in leadership with the mentality of bullying, or whatever that bullying structure is, or if it's a man that's doing that, or whatever the gender is, right? So my point I'm trying to make here is there is a divide, especially if you're not willing to listen to your subordinates or each other. And and it goes back to that bullying point, because that's what sucks is you can't communicate with bullies. You can't, whether they're mentally or whether they're physically trying to, come and take control over your situation. Is anybody else experiencing this?
Yeah, as far as going back to school, with the cliques where these girls just love themselves that much, I got the last word because I got such good grades and theirs was absolute garbage. So I got the last laugh, if you see what I mean.
So we're kind of categorizing the bullying within, let's say, each other, not just a leadership standpoint. And you're going back to that clique side of things. Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure I understand.
When I was a manager of the business park that I ran, I wasn't experienced in management. I had a staff of about 25, something like that. And because of possibly my past experience of seeing how, female bosses, how they behaved, they always thought they were a cut above the rest. They'd look down on you. They talk to you like shit because they knew they could, because they were paying your salary. When I was in that position, I was very, very aware of how I'd been treated. So I kind of made the mistake of doing the opposite with my staff. I treated them, I'd say, I'd got myself in a difficult position. Let's just say I got too close to my staff. I treated them more like friends, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. No one is above anybody on this planet. End of. That's how I see it. And I treated them with respect. I'd have a laugh with them. But
Right, Temp. I just saw his comment.
where,
Sorry, go ahead.
where I came in, where I actually had to learn was when I was in the position where I had to reprimand one of them. And I was self-taught in management, let's put it that way. But I possibly got myself too close to them, if you see what I mean. You know, I wanted it to be like one big friendly family. We all got on great. We all had a laugh. They respected me. But I was put in the position where I had to reprimand. Well, that sounds too harsh. Let's just say I had to have a word with one of my female staff to put her right, because she'd been a little bit too outspoken with a client. And I found it so difficult.
Yes.
Because I'd crossed that professional boundary between, you know, being the boss and a friend. And it was so difficult. And I had to sort of practice for about an hour or two before I was going to see her, because I didn't want, I needed to tell her how things were, but I didn't want to come across nasty or the point where she hated me, because I was always conscious of how people saw me. But as I say, we had it, you know, we all had good relationships. But as I say, I think when you are a boss, you have to be careful of how close you get to your staff.
I'm gonna share
make
something.
a couple of good points. Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, I want to share an experience. It was after I had my brain surgery and I was able to go back, try to go to work, and I was applying different places, and I just happened to drop off my application at this one office, and like a month or so later, they called me, and so I go to this interview. I think this was all God planned too, but I go to this interview, and it's a female that's the manager, the boss, over about a staff about 30, and when we're doing the interview, of course, I'm very conscious about what I'm going to say. How am I going to say that I haven't worked for such a long period of time? Those questions are going to come up, and sure enough, they did. And I didn't want to say it was because of the epilepsy, and I had just had brain surgery, because then they'll look at that in a negative way. Oh, you're going to be higher insurance, and who knows, and
you're going to be more of a hindrance than anything.
Yeah, but
you're not worth giving us the job because you're not fit and healthy. Blah blah blah.
But nope, there was different plans. So she's talking to me. I opened up, said yes, I had brain surgery. She says, "Oh, who was your doctor?" And I told her the doctor's name, and she says, "My son had the same brain surgeon as you." And so we connected right away, and we're sharing our testimony, and you know, again, it was just God's plan, just to, you know, put us together at that time. And sure enough, I got hired there.
Oh.
And but I respected, like you were saying, how to treat your boss or your friend, and I could see how other staff and employees were kissing up to her, you know, trying to connect, because she was very much like you were explaining yourself, Jen, how she wanted to be friends with everybody, but she was very good and firm about how she worked the office too. So she was able to balance, but I know that was difficult. So I still watched how close I got to her, but again, saw other staff, you know, just trying to get their foot in an office. You know, they don't want the outside, they want the office with the window. So we're gonna see what else she needs and act with authority and buddy and stuff. And I was just casual. I knew how to balance it. Well, eventually, with the other medical issues and stuff that started coming about, after a couple years, I had stopped working there. And it turns out the person that hired me, which we were still staying in contact, she was nice like that too, and that original connection. And she stopped working there. And this is now, what, at least 15, 20 years maybe, that we are still in touch, and she is like another aunt to me.
Oh.
And we were able to, you know, still build this relationship. We probably don't talk to anybody else in that office, or, you know, we might see one or two of them here and there or on Facebook or something every few years, once in a blue. But we stayed connected. So,
awesome.
even though we respected each other in the office, we just connected and now dearest friends, like family.
I was in the same scenario in one of my jobs. It was literally a quarter of a mile away from where I lived, and it was in a converted manor house with grounds, and it was a fantastic place to work. It was beautiful, but it was like walking from a school clique into a job clique.
Yeah.
Every woman in that office, there were about 6 of us, and they were all full of themselves. They'd got money in the bank, or, you know, because of a husband who got a good job, they were flashing big diamond rings. And as I've said to a lot of people, money doesn't ring my bell in any shape or form. I don't care how big your ring is. Why you have to have a big ring? Does that prove that you're any better than anyone else? And I just couldn't get on with them. I could not get inside that clique, and I didn't want to, because from the outside looking in, I could see exactly the type of people they were, and they just weren't for me. So I left, because I thought the job was great, the environment was stunning, but at the end of the day, you spend the most of your life working, and I thought I cannot work in this environment. Now, if you put
and that affects your health.
Yeah, if you put probably, you know, got rid of a couple of them and put a couple of guys in the equation, it would have been a nice mix. But it was just working with women. And as I said earlier, I just seem to relate more to sort of being around men. And I wish I knew why, but I don't. But it was just like walking into a school clique where they designer this and big ring that. Nah, I thought this isn't my scene. Funny thing is, I often wonder, I think if I won the lottery, would I actually turn into one of them as far as attitude goes?
That actually leads me to the next point.
I've thought long and hard, and I don't believe I would. I don't think I would change.
Yeah, I would agree with you on this one. Carrie, go ahead and ask your question. I'm sorry, you had your hand raised.
I just wanted to touch again. I've had the same experience as Jenny. I got a really good job. I was working for a prestigious retirement home for rich people.
I can't see Carrie. Why is that?
Well, we're one of those phases of it's one of those things that we used to usually see on Temp's thing. So it's kind of, I'm still trying to figure it out. So she's here.
That's all right.
I'm here. So I mean, it was a bunch of girls. I mean, I was young. I was 24, but there was girls all working there under the age of me, except for the chef. And once I got in there, she did not like me whatsoever. And it definitely turned into, like, all of them against me. And all this came to a head when I was verbally essayed by one of the male chefs. So I was so distraught over what was said to me that yes, I did go and tell my boss. I mean, normally little things go, but this wasn't little. This was bad. And as soon as I did that, well, I pretty much put a target on my back. Then, because what we were doing is we were hired as waitresses to wait on these people in the retirement home. And eventually they hired like a senior, an older woman who was to look after us all, and the owners thought it was a good idea. And
some sort of a caretaker.
That's fine. I started to notice that my shifts started to go down after all this. And I was like, And then I just happened to have a conversation with one of the girls, and it wasn't with any of the chefs, about, she asked if I was pregnant, just straight out. And I said,
wow.
Oh, right?
That's pretty direct in a work environment.
It is. And I didn't give hardly an answer, except, and, I didn't go into it. So my shifts were going lower and lower and lower. And then this head waitress or whatever that was watching out for us pulled me aside one day and said, "So are you pregnant?" And I looked at her and I was like, "What?" I was like, "No." And she goes, "Oh, okay." But that's all she wanted from me. And then after that, all I got was 1 4-hour shift a week.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Going from full time.
That's pretty bad.
Down to that. All because of the girls that worked there. And it was like a sorority. It seemed like. I'm
gonna switch gears on this because it leads me to the 2 points that Jen and you touch. Cliques and leadership within the workplace. I'm going to touch on this for just a second. So the clique environment, which I think, and this goes into not just workplaces, this goes into church and so forth, you name it. There is the element that you find yourself where you're agreeing to disagree, but you're getting to a point where you're agreeing so much that you're now a part of the clique. Mm-hmm. Now what do you do when you're in the clique and you're not agreeing with what they're saying? Are you just following along as one of their roadies, or are you actually standing up for yourself to a point professionally to say this is not relevant or warranted in this work environment? So what I want to say to that is there are, me being in the leadership, I've been in leadership for over 20 years. And what I've noticed is when you're in a clique as a coworker, it really, things I've noticed, right, is there's usually some sort of a ringleader or somebody that's really kind of leading or paving the way to the behaviors within this clique. And one of the things I noticed, the most common thing is gossip. So, and when I say this, it is such a negative. I'm sorry, but I mean, some people like gossip out there. They get on channels on YouTube and, hey, I want to watch some gossip. That's a choice that somebody makes. That's up to them. But when you bring it into the workplace, and then you just say all the negative stuff that there is about somebody else, and without any evidence, and then the manifestation takes place of somebody overhearing this, and all of a sudden it's playing that, that phone game. All of a sudden, oh, this must be factual, so let's go ahead and report this to HR. Now you got an issue. And now if you're involved in this clique, you are in trouble double. Because now you're kind of in that point of accountability. Oh, do I need to speak up for myself against these people, or do I need to stay hush hush and try to just move along without anybody noticing? So that's something we also need to be careful of when it comes to the agree to disagree situations in your workplace or church. If we get involved in these cliques, okay, now what do we do, right? So, and then the second piece to this is the leadership role you mentioned, right? So when you're in a leadership role, it's even more of an importance to watch out for cliques. And sometimes when you're in a clique and then you make leadership, there's almost an expectation from that clique to say, hey, we are your favorites. And that just kind of manifests all the way up the ladder, right? And this is evident in almost most of your corporations. And they always say, it depends on who you know. Are you in the clique? You know what I mean? Yeah. So this stems from leadership all the way down to the cliques that start at baseline within a workplace, whether it's church, community, whatever, school. I mean, whatever there. So how they become the prom queen and king, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of that stigma that is in today's every bit of lifestyle. And I believe a lot of your sensitivity that is going on out there today is stemmed from these cliques and the over gossiping of making sensitive topics even more sensitive. So it grows, it manifests, and then turns into something that's normal.
I think that one of the big problems is, at the end of the day, everybody on this planet feels like they want to fit in somewhere.
That's a good point.
Within the work environment, if you don't kind of involve yourself in being within whatever clique exists, then there's nothing worse than feeling like an outsider.
Right. And then the care that you take to make sure you're not becoming an insider for the wrong reasons.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. If you will, at the end of the day, I think, well, okay, I don't really want to be on the outside looking in, so you will kind of automatically, human nature, I want to be part of something. That's just human nature, so you will automatically get drawn in. And I think as well, if it's a bad clique, then without realizing, you can get drawn into their negative thought processes.
Exactly. There's a temptation for that. There is.
Yeah, there is.
And the crazy thing is that it's at this job, whenever someone wasn't working, like they used to say, oh yeah, we're great friends. Like when I first started there with the other girls, like someone would say, oh yeah, she's great. Yet when they didn't work there that day, all they did was gossip about them, and vice versa. And they tried to drag me into it. I think they got mad because I wasn't taking the bait. And I wasn't, saying crap about people. I just wouldn't do it. That's not what I'm about.
And that goes back to the bully mentality. It really does.
Yeah, that does irritate those that are trying to instigate things if you don't take the bait.
So they turned on me.
Yeah, they will.
It goes right back to that bully mentality. Yep.
I'd love to know what was done and what was said to get me to the point of a 1 4-hour shift a week. So I had to go to my boss and I said, obviously, there's something going on here. And I said, I can't take it. I think the best thing is for you to lay me off. And we go our separate ways. And she couldn't agree more. She laid me off.
Wow.
Instead of like me quitting or her firing me, because she knew what was going on. So
Yeah,
that's
too
why
bad.
she said, okay, I will lay you off and have it down that you didn't quit or that you were not fired so that you could get another job.
So
Now
that
tell
kind
me-
of... No, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so that really, that is unfortunate because that kind of creates a discrimination of some sort and a prejudice to the expectations, what they visually see in the workplace as normal.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this because I don't care, because my former position is no longer valid for me because they did the same thing to me back in March, because I had to impose on a sick policy because I had COVID twice, and I had because I was in management. The thing is, they were so strict on communication that the very words that were said to me is, if you're not on your deathbed, you need to be communicating with your team and your upper management. And then I was let go. So,
oh my.
yep. And, I wash my hands of that. So I'm not, I insist on, but
Your health,
let me,
your force.
right. My health is important, but this elaborates to my next point is the leadership mentality that we have in today's workplace. And this was governed by all women, right? I'm not saying all women are bad, but I'm saying that they have this particular, and I overheard them speaking negatively over other employees. I didn't want to be a part of it. So I, of course, then became subject to one of those conversations, apparently. And then that's because I was sick. And then I don't know what extreme it went to on this, but therefore it must have been extreme enough for them to say he's not relevant in here anymore. There's another piece of this puzzle, though, and this goes back to the whole culture side of workplaces now. I agree with cultural diversity when it comes to workplaces, but not to the point where we are selective about which one is better than the other. So I come in, I'm a Christian. I have a small little cross on my desk that has, lay yourself before your friends verse. So, and then I get talked to about it. You cannot have this on your desk. That upsets a lot of individuals. This is being reported to HR. So the problem here now is we have a whole group of individuals that are, male, female, cross-gender, multicultural, as well as multi-religious and anti-religious. I witnessed atheist, promoting atheism inside the workplace by management. And not to mention, a check was issued out to a charity that was based on atheism within our community. And that was promoted in our workplace with plaques, with other things that they can promote themselves on their own desks. Yet someone like myself couldn't put a simple cross on my desk to give me a positive boost for the day. So that's just an example. Now, here we go again with selective cultural diversity as an issue in today's workplace. We cannot come to a point of agreement to disagree if we are pinpointing what we think is right versus wrong, if we're not actually accepting everybody, if we're going to be culturally diverse. if we're being selective about it, then why I don't see that as culturally diversive. I see that as culturally selective, and that causes division. Especially in a workplace, and I think that actually can apply just about anywhere, to be honest with you. But and I'm just going back to the workplace because this is the last part of our segment. Now, as a leader, I look at this as somebody has whatever they have on their desk, or if it's motivational for them, but in a way where you're not promoting it to somebody else and you're not just disrupting their work. That's fine to me. But me minding, my own business, or whoever that person may be, minding their own business, and that person's being told, that's not good because I just don't like your culture. I'm going to report that to HR. And then all of a sudden, HR reinforces that selective culture. So that is, again, another form of diversity that's happening in our workplace, and actually just about everywhere now. Even social media. There are really just that oversensitive nature of selective what is right versus what is wrong. If it's my way, great. If it's not, it's the highway mentality. I'm curious on what you guys think about that.
Well, a lot of people are using, in different environments, the word inappropriate, I've noticed. And I'm thinking, well,
yes,
rather than it offends me, they're more selective in their words now because they'll probably get their asses sued. They will use the word inappropriate. At the end of the day, if it has any impact, does it have any impact on your life, your daily life? So why is it inappropriate if it doesn't? But so many people out there just seem to want to make issues out of the slightest thing that normally they wouldn't give a second thought about. And it just seems, over the years I've noticed, just seems to have gone from strength to strength, to the point where it's inappropriate to say this, it's inappropriate to say that. But no real reason behind it. It's just inappropriate.
Right.
At the end of the day, if I was sat alongside you, Zaiden, and you had a cross on the desk, I don't see how, in my mind, and I like to think that I, could look outside the box, it wouldn't impact my life in any way, and your beliefs are your own. So
there's one more angle on this too. Is it affecting your productivity? Right. So if I'm a person with the cross on my desk and I'm doing fine with my productivity, or at least improving upon my productivity, because that was actually one of the excuses that was used as that particular report it was a reported issue, and of course my productivity at the time, even though it was good, we have I'll just kind of backtrack for a minute. We have ranking systems back then where, okay, we have several teams in this center from 1 to, let's say, 25, and I was ranked, let's say, 11th. Now, because I wasn't number 1, I was productivity deficient. So therefore, they tied that into the whole thing with a cross. But going back to your point, you're sitting next to me, let's say, in a leadership standpoint, you're saying, okay, I see that you have this, and I'm glad this is an inspiration for you.
I wouldn't even say anything. I'd just let you get on with it.
Yeah,
because that's the sort of
that's
person
a good point. You wouldn't even have to say anything. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's had no impact on my life or my day, but other people just seem to go out their way to find fault and pick and poke at the slightest thing these days.
Yep.
And turn the whole thing into an uncontrollable issue. And as I say, I mean, the age I am and the changes I've seen over the years, it's quite frightening.
So
I would.
It is frightening in a way because of where everything's kind of leading to. Now, I go back to the whole agree to disagree thing, because if you see somebody having something on their desk, are you going to be the person to say, you know what, I feel like, raising a stink because I like the attention, or that's the gossip I like, or if that's something I want to bring to my clique and say, hey, here's what I did, or whatever that reason is. Just to pick on somebody. Again, back to the bullying mentality. Yeah. You're not coming to an agreement to disagree. You're coming to a point to disagreement to divide and create that further division within the workplace. You just now created a seed of division because that person now has to be now is reported to HR. They have to remove their whatever, and then now they're no longer socially acceptable in the workplace with whatever at this point. Now, with that said, that honestly kind of flows back into the whole social media whole thing with church or home environments, friends, peers, whatever, where we're just kind of falling into that bully clique mentality. How can we make it better? How can we make things to appear more in a positive? How can we teach those individuals that are in these cliques or whatever what that looks like to agree to disagree? Can we step up professionally and say, how is this affecting you on a productivity level, whereas this person is not really doing anything to approach you and interrupt that productivity? So help me understand how this is affecting you. And then this would be me on a leadership standpoint, but I also would be, if I witnessed this, let's say I was sitting next to the person, I would be like, okay, how is this affecting you? Can you explain more in detail on how this is affecting you? Can we come to an agreement that maybe this is not really something that affects you on your job? Maybe choose a different seat or talk to your leadership. All of these things that you could do to prevent such a divide in the workplace or wherever. What do you guys think? What would be a good alternative solution to create a positive agreement to disagree?
If I'm going to be perfectly honest, it can't happen. I think it's
when you say it can't happen.
No, I believe, because, as I say, I mean, I'm going back pre-internet, pre-this, pre-that.
Sure.
And I've seen how things have been, well, can't even use the word progressing. It's taken a downslide, and I think the worst thing invented was social media. Now,
especially without regulation, right? So I 100% agree with you.
At the end of the day, that the problem is a lot of what is on social media. It's easy to tap in and put your thoughts down. Now, back in the day, you would have to do that face to face. And you wouldn't dream of saying half of what you do on the internet to somebody's face, because you'd get landed.
Yeah.
You'd get landed, you'd get
back in the day where we settled it with a...
Yeah. Well, basically you get your lights punched out. But because you're invisible behind a keyboard... Not promoting
violence, everybody, FYI, but I'm just saying, we're just saying back 20 plus years ago, that was actually the norm, believe it or not.
Yeah. Everybody seems to think that they can, they're in a position where they can say this, can say that. And I've seen a lot of it, since the Depp trial. I've been more on YouTube and floating around different casts. And oh my God, what I've been seeing is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I've had to block so many streamers because they're just turning into, the school playground. They're bitching about each other for clicks and this and that. And I thought, to be honest, I was
toxic
shocked.
after a while, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realise that YouTube was like that. As I say, I didn't spend that much time on it before the deck trial, but I thought, oh my God, these people, they exist on YouTube as well. It doesn't matter what platform I go on, I can't get away from it. It's everywhere, and it's not going to change. It's just, it's a slippery slope. It's not going to improve.
That it is, Jen.
At the end of the day, it's all about money. So there's no way in hell that Instagram, WhatsApp, or the other, Twitter will disappear, because, it's money. It's money in the pocket. But from what I've seen, it's take social media away, and you will see an improvement. But while social media is around, it will continue down that slippery slope, and it's not going to get better.
I'll agree with you on this, that regulations, I know I've been speaking about this almost all stream, but regulations
there's not
needed.
Enough regulation.
Absolutely.
And the problem is as well, if you kick somebody off, it's like on Call of Duty that I play. Some of these cheaters are banned, and then they sign up for another account.
And that's another thing too. Like, it's so easy to now. Obviously, if you have a big content creation channel where you have, like, say, 500,000 subscribers or something, it's going to hit you below the belt. But if you have something like just me out there, and we're not really monetized yet, it's so easy to pick on the little guys or ladies, whatever. But when we have our channels, we're trying to grow, and we have things like these bots coming in trying to take you down because now you might be a threat. That creates another divide. The social media, like we said, is one of the biggest issues we're dealing with in today's society. So 100% agree. So
and it's dividing us even more.
The
internet.
It's pushing narratives. It really is pushing a lot of narratives out there, and I think that's where we're having a problem, is people are starting to believe in narratives that are opinionated, that they think are fact. And when that happens, then they have an opinion that they think is fact, and nobody can change their mind, creating further divide, etc., etc., etc. So
there's
I agree.
A lot of sheep out there from the different streams that I've been watching. I sat here in disbelief in what people have been saying when they come onto the podcasts.
That leads me to my last point after you're done with your statement.
Yeah, I thought, did I really hear what just came out of your mouth? Have you really not got enough brain cells to be able to work something that simple out? But no, they decide, oh no, I'm going to follow you instead because it's easier than having to think for myself. So the
the struggle is real. Adulting.
Right. Yeah, that streamer must be right. I just heard it from them. It's got to be right. So I'm going to follow them. Because,
all because you like them, and if they say it, then oh well, I like this person so far, and I'm gonna start agreeing with everything they say.
That goes right back to that click mentality. Once you're in, now what? Think about that for a second. So that goes back to my last point of the day, and that's one of the reasons that me and Gina come to these communities, because we want to come in and interject positivity. We want to come in and be that helpful step, maybe to help create that agree to disagree, or come into a community and family.
Look at your hair.
And there's my hair for you. There you go.
I'm just here for the hair.
Just a hairy situation over here.
Sorry, Zaiden.
It's all good. It's all fun.
Zaiden.
Yes, Carrie.
May I say one thing?
You may say one thing.
You're not going to hit on. Not while Gina's here. You can't hit on him, Carrie. Come on.
Wow.
Is that what you guys were doing while I was out?
Oh, see?
Oh,
See? It's gossip.
She's been hitting on Temp and all sorts.
Oh,
Oh, snap.
Jenny, you gotta stop with the lies, girl.
She's a little devil, that one.
I love you.
Such a fun bunch. All right, so we'll go ahead and start closing up shop, y'all. It was a fantastic stream. Thank you, everybody in chat, for everything, your feedback, your comments. We've been reading them, so don't think we haven't. I appreciate everything you guys do.
I'm sorry I joined so late.
Wait. I still wanted to share something.
Wait a minute. What's this? What's this, Gina?
I still wanted to share something else.
Oh, there was also a joke that somebody wanted to post.
Yeah. And was it Jill or something?
I remember now.
So,
but
no, the aspect that I was going to share is when you have these groups of friends, like there was a few girls that I used to hang out with a few years back, and because I wasn't the type to really gossip and get into whatever the latest talk was, you know, I stayed my distance. I like going out to dance with them, but I still didn't always connect with them as much as they were connecting. And like then it became where you had your group text messages and stuff. And so I think about that because we were adults and this is group text messages, and you kind of sense just like how much people are sharing, people are gossiping, and I would again just hold back. And kind of like Carrie was saying too, when you're not going to get in the work gossip and everything, and you just kind of keep subtle, and because of that, then you know they would look at me differently, and I knew eventually, you know what, I just need to get this group out of my regular daily life, you know, step your distance to that situation. But you think about the kids and all these group texts that they're probably doing and the information that they're feeding from teen to teen because of all that gossip just in the text message, and who's being a little more cautious on what they post in the chat, and then they'll just create another group text message and leave that person out. You wonder what the kids go through with all of that.
Well, adults do it as well, as I've noticed.
Yeah.
So, you know, you don't have to be kids to do it. It's,
that click mentality. It's like, of course, some of us were catching up on Cobra Kai. Man, that has click all over it. Oh my god. I haven't watched it all yet. No spoilers out there.
No, somebody got me into that. Was it last year? And I started watching it. And I thought, no, it's not my scene, that sort of stuff, but I got into it well and truly. And then somebody said, oh, well, the next season's not going to be out until next year. And I thought, oh, for Christ's sake, you mean I've just sat through all that and I've got to wait for about a year before the next one comes out? So I'm completely lost as to what season we're on, where 5. I can watch it.
Netflix.
5.
Season 5 on Netflix. You don't got Netflix?
I got rid of it.
Oh.
No. But I really got into it, and I was surprised.
I tell you what, it's pretty good. Season 5 is actually pretty good so far. We're up to, I think, episode 5 in season 5 right now, which we're finding it's actually kind of interesting this season. So I'm kind of curious to see how it turns out. Again, no spoilers out there. No spoilers.
Well, when there's a long gap, you literally have to wait months from one season to another. I find I have to recap on the last 2 or 3 episodes,
and then you binge
it. To sort of to refresh my memory on where it ended and where it carries on. I tell you what, I was a big fan of some years back, and I couldn't get enough of it. Prison Break.
Oh yeah. I've heard of that.
Absolutely obsessed with it.
Guess who decided to come in right before the party ended?
Yeah.
What's up, puppy mama?
We really got into it.
I decided to take advantage
I tell
of
you
that.
what, it's pretty good. Season
Get
5
an
is actually pretty
echo
good.
here.
I think episode 5.
Oh, we're
is
getting
season
some
5 right
echo,
now.
echo.
It's actually kind of interesting this so I'm kind of curious to
It
see how
is
it
kind of
turns out.
interesting. Curious to see how it turns out. Yeah.
Do that again.
What's up, Julie? What's up, Julie?
I decided, because of the conversation, I decided to take advantage of clicking.
Got tempted by the trigger finger. That's the clicker.
I decided at the last minute, yeah, I'm gonna click. I would be on video, but I'm not dressed, so therefore, no
okay.
video.
Well, all right.
So therefore, I thought I would click at the last minute just to say hello to everybody and goodbye to everybody. And to say it was a great listen to. I listened to it all. Well, not all. I came in late. It was a good day, though. It was a good day. My son came down from Tampa.
That's
We
great.
went to lunch.
So you got to
Oh,
see.
you've got some big storms on the way there. So I've been reading on the news.
It's storming right now, Jenny Jen.
Oh.
I'm surprised you can't hear the thunder. Is it storming up by you guys?
That's what I'm checking right now.
Yeah, we heard a couple thunder, but it hasn't poured down yet over here.
Nothing bad yet, at least not that I'm aware of. We could be looking at a black wall of clouds like we do every other day, so who knows?
Yeah.
There's some big hurricane or something on the way.
Oh, no, that's going way to the east of us.
Oh, something that popped up on the news.
We'll still get rain.
We'll miss that. But, yeah, so anyway, Michael, Roxy, and Skylar came down, and we went to lunch, and he took me to the grocery store and picked up a few things that I needed for me, and he checked my tires, and we had a conversation and had puppy time, and they should be home. They left at 4:30.
Background now.
And I haven't heard anything. So Zaiden, I hope they made it up to you by now. Otherwise, I'm worried.
Well, I can tell you this much. I just looked at the radar. It's still south of us, so I know where you're talking about. They shouldn't be impacted.
I hope
Japan.
But it sprinkles here, and people start going 20 miles an hour, so they could be stuck in Florida driver traffic.
Japan's bracing themselves for quite a bad typhoon, apparently, from what I've just read.
Oh yeah. Oh wow, I didn't know that. There's a.
I'm
Japan,
sorry.
he said.
Oh, Japan.
Japan, yeah. I've got to be up early on Monday, which is going to be a shock to the system because it's the Queen's funeral.
That's still going on? Oh, I don't even know. I haven't been able to. We've been so busy.
I'm tapped into the lying in state. Literally, I just tap into it.
The funeral? What time does it start?
I think it starts 11 o'clock my time.
Probably be about 3 or 2 a.m.
Okay. Yeah. I want to see it. I saw the stand. What do they call that, Jenny? Jenny, wait a minute. I have a question. Zaiden, you don't mind if I ask Jenny a question, do you?
Right after I read this dad joke from Lisa. Or is it Lisa Boo or Foxfire? Foxfire. This is a Foxfire. This is the one she's been waiting on. So I'm gonna give her. I'm gonna give her the spotlight for just a second. All right, Foxfire. Spotlight on you now. Here we go. What do you call poultry staring at lettuce? All right, Foxfire, waiting for the answer.
Poultry staring at lettuce.
Yep.
Poultry. That would be a chicken, right? Or turkey. Poultry is chicken, turkey.
I hate chicken. I hate chicken. It's foul.
I don't think that's the answer.
Wow.
I don't know.
You crickets.
I don't know if she I don't know if she bowed out or not, but
I saw a comment from her.
Posted the question at least.
Okay.
All right, here we go. What do you call poultry staring at lettuce? A chicken sees a salad.
Valid, and I thought it didn't go. Oh well.
Oh, that's good. Okay,
Yeah.
Julie, back to you.
Who you gonna ask, Jules?
Jenny, I have a question.
Mm.
Okay, so you now have King Charles and the concert. King Charles, yeah, and the concert queen. So
Queen
this
consort, yeah.
Yeah, queen consort. Sorry. So my question to you is: if you had Queen Elizabeth III, why was Prince Philip not the king consort or consort king? However, but you know what I mean. Why didn't that go for him if it goes for Camilla? I don't understand that.
That is kind of tricky, isn't it? I mean, because you have how many brothers?
I was told because they're not true blood.
Yeah, it's true blood. Camilla's not a royalty.
No, what I mean is why was Prince Philip not king to Queen Elizabeth?
Were they married?
What you mean?
Yeah, they were married. Yeah, and so when she became queen, why didn't?
Oh, you mean Philip? Sorry, I was thinking of Charles for some reason.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about Philip. Yeah,
he was given the title of queen consort to the queen as well.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
So was he like married into it, or was, you know what I mean? Like, was she queen before they were married?
No,
or?
she became queen after they were married.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so that and so that's why I couldn't understand why he wasn't the king to her queen if Camilla
they can change
is king.
Yeah, they can change the titles as well.
Debbie says because a king is higher than a queen.
Yeah. The problem is as well, Camilla.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If she'd have been given the title queen, there would have been riots in this country.
I'm sure.
Yeah, but isn't consort queen basically the same thing, or queen consort, however you say it? Isn't that the same thing as being a queen anyway?
I think it's like saying you're the duke of something, but that's like the brother of a king, for example.
It's basically a wife or a husband or a companion, which is the word that they use for the spouse of a reigning monarch. Without using
there's a topic.
The word,
second wife, third wife.
Yeah, queen.
I mean, it's a valid question because I mean, if Philip was of blood descent, and if there were rights to the status, if you will, I'm kind of curious as how that particular decision was made.
Well,
I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, exactly, Zaiden. Like, Jenny, here's another question in regards to that. Say the queen.
Bonus round content, by the way, guys. Bonus round topic.
I'm so sorry.
Hang on a second.
It's okay, Julie. This is actually interesting, though. We're curious about it.
This is my last question, I promise.
No, it's okay.
Jenny,
go ahead.
He always brings
what
gems.
would happen
Give it to
if
Jules.
the queen would have predeceased Philip? Would Charles still have become the king?
Yeah, because he's the next in line for the throne.
Okay.
Philip.
So
Philip
the spouse has nothing to do with it.
No. It's the children. Philip actually was born. I'm just looking it up because I'm not hot up on it. But Philip was born to Prince Andrew, who was the son of King George I of Greece, and Prince Alice. When he was an infant, his family was exiled, and it later disintegrated. His mother was institutionalized. His father left with his mistress, and Philip's 4 elder sons, 4 elder sisters married. blah 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 blah.
I'm assuming
But
that
no,
means he lost his status.
Yeah, basically, it's the children that are in line to the throne. It's nothing to do with the spouses. So as soon as something happens to Charles, Prince William will be king.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, that's firstborn, right? Like the eldest of the right. Okay.
Yeah, it goes down the line in children, but the females can be given different titles from what I believe, and I think that the king can change or the queen can change the titles because
does that depend on who's king or queen at the time?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, as I say, don't quote me on it, but I know that William and Kate are now Prince and Princess of Wales.
They're the Prince and Princess of Wales. Will Kate have the title of Her Royal Highness?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's Her Royal Highness now because she's a princess.
Okay.
It's starting to make sense.
Well, thank you, Jenny. Thank you very much.
I'm glad I could answer something because, as I say, I mean, I'm British, but I've we did some history on the monarchy, but since the Queen passed away, which is a bit sad for me to learn a bit more about it, but I've not really followed the monarchy over the years. I didn't take that much interest. But yeah, it's the queues. I mean, I was watching yesterday, and what's that famous footballer? Oh, for God's sake!
David Beckham.
David Beckham.
Yep.
Yeah, I was watching him.
What,
he
12
was
hours?
actually in the queue. Yeah, he was.
He was there for a while.
He was really. I mean, his eyes were so watery, and there was another chap sobbing next to him and stuff. But the king actually made a surprise walkabout today, and I'm actually pretty proud. They came out to do a walkabout because I think they are absolutely gobsmacked at the sheer amount of people that are coming out to show their respect for the Queen. Because, to be honest, Princess Diana was a lot more popular than her.
Absolutely.
I mean, you could tell by the sheer amount of flowers that were laid. But I think because a lot of people are coming out, not so much that they're a fan of the monarchy, it's because it's an end of an era. You know, the Queen is all that we've known throughout of our life. Very few in this country have ever known anyone but her. I've never experienced a male king, and it's an end of an era and it's the beginning of a new one. And most people, this sort of generation, have never seen a coronation.
That's going to be unbelievable.
I'm sure.
I don't believe it's going to be as big as the Queen Elizabeth, because I think they're cutting back on costs and stuff. So I don't. Well, it's too early to know at the moment, but I don't think it will be as big an affair as it was all those years ago.
And I understand that, and correct me if I'm wrong, when Queen Elizabeth's father passed and she became queen, it was actually a year later before the coronation.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that, but that's something I need to read up about. But it'll probably be, as I say, next year when there's a coronation. Okay. But I don't know the reasoning behind that. But that is something I wanted to look up myself. But,
so we won't. So we don't expect him to have the coronation for about a year.
I would say sometime next year, but I don't think because the royal family are a little bit more in the 21st century, I don't think, unless public demand it, that it will be as big as the Queen's coronation. Things were different back in the day. And of course, you know, everyone's in recession now, bills are going up. So I think if they try and make it as big as the Queen's, then there probably will be an outcry. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, but people are, you know, struggling quite badly over here, and what with, you know, gas prices going up, which is making our fuel, you know, heating and food prices go up. I think there'll be a real outcry if they overdo it. But at the end of the day, a lot of people are carrying on. Well, I wouldn't say a lot, but there's a fair few carrying on about the money that they're spending, you know, on the police and the whole shenanigans of having the full ceremony. But she deserves it.
She was
working
over 70 years of service.
Yeah.
So.
No
I agree
other
with that.
monarchy in British history has ever served that long, and she did it pretty much to her dying breath. You know, she was meeting the latest prime minister 2 days before.
That's what I read. Yes.
Yeah, and she was up and about, and the next thing she was gone, which is why so many people are shocked.
It's actually, Jenny, it's actually a blessing in disguise. If I'm going to go, I know that.
Yeah, it is.
Man.
But I've actually been doing a little bit of research on the burial and, you know, where the coffins will sit and stuff, because I've been watching the pallbearers, and they don't seem to be struggling with the coffin. And I'm thinking, well, they struggled with Diana's because of the sheer weight of it, because it's lead lined. And I thought, well, there's no way the Queen's won't be. And I checked, and it is lead lined, but they don't seem to be struggling with the weight of it like they did with Diana's. So,
well, I read that the casket is actually all lead on the inside, and that's why it was.
Oh yeah, it's lead lined. Yeah, it's lead lined.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so lead lined.
That's really interesting.
Diana's was as well. Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
It's to preserve the body.
Oh, okay.
Because if you think about it, if you put an ordinary coffin into the ground, the elements will, you know, there'll be no coffin left after a while. But she's going into, she's not being buried, as I say, she's going into the royal crypt, where she'll be reunited with her. Her body, Philip's body, coffin will actually be moved to a different part and underneath Westminster Abbey, and they'll be moved in a certain area. Been reading up on it.
That's interesting. So they actually shift the coffins down there, or does this happen every, you know, passing to some point? Or?
It's I can't comment really, because I'm not 100% on it, and I don't want to give you the wrong information.
No problem. It's all good.
Because I'm learning stuff myself, which really, you know, I probably did learn when I was at school, but I've forgotten.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, there's a lot of hoo-ha going around on Twitter, because there's certain diamonds within the state crown that certain countries are crying, we want it back. India, for one, because apparently certain jewels were believed to have been stolen from certain countries and put within the crown. So there's a lot to read up on, to be honest. But I'm finding it more interesting now than when I was at school. But all the pomp and circumstance which is going on at the moment, I don't care how much it costs. She deserves it. She promised, and she gave her word and she dedicated the rest of her life, from being that young woman to her country in serving them, and she's done it. And she did it, and she did it with respect. She's a very, very stoic lady. She couldn't have time off like us. We couldn't call in sick. You know,
she was very active. Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably many, 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 many days over all those years where she got up and she thought, oh, fuck, I've got to go to work and I don't want to do this and I don't want to do that. And she did it. And I couldn't, for all the tea in China, I couldn't have done what she did, and she kept her word, and she deserves all the respect that she's getting.
Well, thank you so much, Jenny, for answering my questions.
No, you're welcome.
Appreciate it. And
I hope I didn't give you any information.
Sorry, I kind of
wait a minute. What was that, Jules?
I said, and Gina and Zaiden, I'm sorry that, I popped in and, basically,
You're always welcome.
Yeah.
And an FYI, Michael just texted me. They made it home. Yay.
Yay. All right. They're home safe. That's good.
2.5 hours to get back to Tampa. That's awfully long. Oh, well.
That depends on traffic.
Weekend and weather.
Weekend traffic's crazy out here.
Do you know that the queue is, at the moment, to walk past and pay respects to the Queen is about 6 miles long and about a 16-hour wait.
Wow.
That's what we heard.
Yeah.
So, man, we'll
They
be
give updates.
we'll probably be tuning in on Monday to see how that, transpires. I'm sure we'll get it on our TVs here too. But we're gonna go and close up shop. So thank you guys for the wonderful, wonderful talk.
Thank you, Gene.
Yeah, thank you so
guys.
much.
Glad I was able to jump on this time. Made it through.
God
3
bless
hours
this
I've been up, something
wonderful
like that.
wife of mine, Gina. Man, she's been up. How long have you been up, girl?
Stop
30 something, 40 hours. I don't know, somewhere around there. 38 hours. I don't know. I lost track.
38 hours.
Why you work that length of time with no sleep?
Because it
I don't
wasn't
know
going
if
to
I
be
like your
worth
direction,
nodding
Jen.
off for like an hour or something.
So you're going to be sleeping for the next 2 days then?
That's probably true.
Maybe not. It varies. It's
Wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Because I know she feels like she wants to sleep for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Are you standing in for Temp tonight? The reason I didn't come in till late is because I was waiting for Temp to come on, and then I couldn't see a notification against his channel, and I thought, oh, I wonder if Zaiden's on, and then I clicked and there you were.
Yep, I'm kind of filling in for everybody today. Today.
And yes, Temp, my hubby is
filling in with all my hair follicles. So
Yeah, well, I'm just here for the hair.
Well, I'm glad you were here. It was a great discussion, everybody. So I'll go ahead and make some quick rounds, make everybody, have their closing comment if you have one, and then we'll go ahead and close up shop. So I'll give you the honor, Jenny Jen. What would you like to close up with?
I ain't got one.
You ain't got one?
No, just to keep you guessing for next time.
Okay.
I haven't got one tonight.
Okay.
I'm not prepped.
That's fantastic. Hey, that's just more the merrier for later.
Just a big thank you very much, and it's the first time I've used my vocal cords in 3 days. Thank you very much.
Glad we can assist. Julie, you're up.
Julie,
you didn't fall asleep on us now.
She's gone to the pub. Here's a pint
Did you
of
catch
lager.
Julie off guard? Oh.
Here's a pint of lager and a packet of crisps, please. Julie!
Sitting on the John watching YouTube. And there she goes.
Oh, she's gone. She has told you
she
she's
probably
going to the
turned red. Jules, we love you. Honestly, hope we didn't embarrass you too bad. I'm so sorry. God bless you.
Jules can take it.
Oh my goodness. So, Gina, I guess you're up.
I was going to answer that, but I'm not going to.
Well, we missed you, Temp and Paige. And
yeah, I missed Temp tonight.
Yep.
Yeah,
see you guys next time again soon. I'm glad I was able to jump on here. I'm amazed it's God's strength. Yes, everybody, thank you. I will try to get my rest. This isn't my record. I've been up longer than that, but that's a whole nother story, a whole nother time.
Wow.
So you
Missing
guys
sleep
have an amazing day.
damages
We
your
actually have
health.
to serve again tomorrow for regular Sunday morning service, but we might be able to do that from home. We'll see, because we do some help
Yes, well, we're gonna be
with the
remoting
computers
in.
and online stuff for them too. So, but yeah, you guys just have a blessed, wonderful weekend. Love you guys.
You know what? I think even Temp had a little quick FYI for the closing here too. He says, "Be kind and good to each other." This is his normal quote, so FYI. "Care for each other. Allow for the certainty that others will make mistakes, because you will too. And when they do, try your best to assume the best. Be compassionate and forgiving to both yourself and the other." That's good, wise words from Temp.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Or just run away. That's the easiest solution. Right, I'm off, mate. Bye.
Right. Oh my gosh. So I will go ahead
Sometimes it's easier.
and sometimes.
I'm surprised Temp didn't come in. Why didn't Temp come in?
No, he's definitely busy with other things going on right now, studies and all. So we're helping him out. So I'll go ahead and I'll close with a couple of zingers, just to kind of give you a smile on the way out.
Uh-oh.
So incoming.
Uh-oh.
So I made a belt out of old watches, and I found in the attic. It was a waste of time. I get it. A belt of watches, waste of time. Get it?
Oh, you should my bling shirt. I even
You
bling
got
the
the
shirt.
crickets.
Like
You
last
got the
night.
crickets.
Here come the crickets.
Temp, we need you here with the crickets. Temp.
Here comes another one.
us.
Here comes another
Save
one.
us, Temp.
You know, there was this dad joke about boxing. I guess I missed the punchline. Yeah. All right. With that said, everybody, I'm closing this shop. I will take purchase of crickets any day. But here we go. Switching gears. Thank you, everybody. If you liked what you saw today, make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell. If you want more of it, we will give it to you. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, because it does help this channel grow. Obviously, we put some links in there for the link trees for not only just the Gauche, but also Temp and Paige. Make sure you check them out too. Their involvement in the community has been a lot of back behind the scenes things going on here that we appreciate, that we just don't see. So many thanks to the Temp, Paige, and Zaiden community. Thank you guys for tuning in today. It was a blast. Thank you also to our wonderful panel, the amazing wonder wife of mine, that is Gina. We also have Jenny Jen that came in today, Lisa, our happy bunny, and we also had a late arrival of Jules. Good to see you. PC Tech, thank you for your joining as well. PC Tech was here earlier. Yes, he was. And I think I'm missing one more. Carrie. Yeah, thank you, Carrie. Thank you for coming in. I almost, but I didn't. Anyways, till the next time, everybody, I hope you have a wonderful, blessed rest of your weekend. Till then, Zaiden out.